See if you guys are hearing me out there. Okay. Looks like we are streaming. We're still doing some warm ups right now. They're still doing some sign ups. There's going to be a little bit of a delay tonight as we're switching over to the digital pool platform for all of our Friday night tournaments. All of our tournaments moving forward now. So they just want to make sure that all of the players have the digital pool app on their phone. Just make communicating with players easier. That way they'll get to their matches on a timely manner. You know, when you're trying to get through a single night tournament with 34, 36, 42 players, 44, I think it was last Friday night, takes a little bit of doing. So bear with us for a few minutes. We will get this thing kicked off probably sometime in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Meanwhile, you can watch just table one right now. They got a couple of players just warming up on there. And we will be right back. All right. So let's see. You guys should be able to hear me now. I'm just checking the analytics there. We are, again, still signing up players. Looks like a couple of you guys already in the chat. We certainly do appreciate it. Is that you, Wayne? My friend. Sorry. Crypto. Good to see you, my friend. And yep, you can hear me. That's good. Awesome. And yes, we did switch software. We are because the bigger tournaments that we're going to do for the Texas Open, obviously last September, and moving forward with the Texas Open 10 ball coming up here in February, we're going to be using Digital Pool as the platform to run those bigger tournaments. So we figure we might as well go ahead and get everybody accustomed to it. And we're going to start using it for all of our tournaments. Again, so just making sure with Digital Pool switching over to a mobile app, again, making communication with the players easier during the flow of a tournament. You know, we typically were using Bud Tour and getting text messaging, which was still pretty seamless and worked pretty well. But Digital Pool's definitely perfected it and perfected a few other, well, lots of other features that become available in Digital Pool and just more palatable when you're trying to run bigger tournaments. So that is where we're going. And again, they're just going through and making sure. I know it's not. I apologize. We've had that discussion. We're looking forward to seeing you soon there, sir. All right, join us in the chat. Tell us where you're coming in from. My name is Michael Heaps. I'll be your host again tonight and every Friday night moving forward here at Skinny Bob's Billiards up here in Round Rock, Texas, just outside of Austin. If you haven't joined us before, we're happy to have you here. If you've been here before, then make sure you share this out to all your friends, anybody out there that might want to watch a little bit of ridiculously good pool or maybe some mediocre pool. You know, we get a little bit of both. But no. Lots of good competition here at Skinny Bob's Billiards. It is the premier place to play. 18 9-foot diamond tables in the house. I will certainly be your Huckleberry, Crypto. So yes, just to reiterate, we do have Texas Open 10 ball coming up here on February 10th through 16th. See if we can get that flyer up for you real quick because that is going to be a good one. There we go. Texas Open 10 ball coming up February 10th through 16th. We got over $20,000 added across the six events. Obviously, the big main event is going to be the 10 ball open. Lots of great players. You can check on our Facebook page. There's been lots and lots of people that have confirmed big names from the pool and billiards world. John Moore coming into town. Shane Van Boning, defending champion from the 9 ball open in September. You might have heard of that guy. He plays a little bit of pool. Better Gorse coming into town. Vitaly Patsura coming into town. Sir, Crypto, I would never lose respect for you, even though you do decide to play APA. Right on. Well, thanks for joining us there. Shopmaker Jack coming in from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Lots of great pool and billiards up in that area, too. We're certainly glad to have you joining us here tonight. We do have a little bit of a delay in the start of the tournament. Like I was just explaining, we are switching over to Digital Pool. And again, with Digital Pool having their own mobile app for each individual player, we want to make sure that everybody's on board, got that loaded up on their phones. Again, just makes communication easier. Makes it easier for the players to find out information about their matches, about their opponents. If you haven't checked out Digital Pool's format for running a tournament, it is super cool, super trick. I've actually been using it for a couple of years. I used to run tournaments at Betsy's Billiards down in South Austin, and did a lot of great things with Digital Pool over a couple of years, running over 1,500 tournaments and a little over, I think it was 20,000 players over the course of that time frame. Anyway, it was a lot. So, but yeah, Digital Pool, we're definitely, look at that cut. Anyway, that's the Texas Open flyer. I'll show that a few more times through the night. If you have any questions, certainly ask me about them in the chat. I'll try and keep an eyeball on the chat for you tonight. And once we have brackets set up and things like that, I will post a link in the chat for that. Again, welcome to Skinny Bob Friday Night 9 Ball. Crypto, if you're still listening, how's the audio sound? I know last week I was playing around with the noise gate a little bit, and it was picking up a little too much of the copyrighted music from the background, and I was sort of cutting myself out a little bit. How does this sound so far? Or anybody out there? Shotmaker Jack, you can chime in. Anybody out there? Let me know where you're coming in from. And I'm going to be playing around with a few features tonight as I continue to learn the streaming software. Get switched back over so you can at least watch some pool being played. Yeah, we'd love to have you up here for the weeklies more often there, Crypto. Would definitely be good to see you, sir. You're going to be hanging out for the week during the 10 ball open? We had a lot of fun during the 9 ball open back in September. So the cool thing with digital pool, using the new software, excuse me. So yeah, cool thing with digital pool software from my perspective is I can actually look at the players list as it's going in live. I think you can also, if you just go to digitalpool.com and search for Skinny Bob, you'll find the players list before the tournament bracket starts. So again, we do have the Friday night 9-ball tournament tonight. It's our weekly. We do it on Friday nights and Saturday night. The break pot tonight, which we do a 15-ball break and run. That is done in rotation. So 15 balls racked, one on the top, 15 in the middle, and the 5 and the 10 on the corners. But you have to make a ball on the break to qualify. Then you have to make one after the break, which would be obviously the lowest number ball on the table, or at least touch that one first to make a legal shot, just like you would in 9-ball or 10-ball, but we're using 15 of them. Each ball being worth a certain dollar amount. Once you've made the ball after the break, you are in the money. The current break pot, I think, was at 15,600 or 15,700, which would make each ball worth about $1,000. So very quickly, you could change your weekend's fortunes by getting drawn for the break pot, taking a break at it, make a ball in the break, make one after it. Boom, you'd be in $2,000 richer. And gosh forbid you actually run 15 balls out, and walk out here being able to put a great down payment on a new car. 15,000, almost $16,000. We did get that thing up to almost, well, right at $20,000 latter part of last year. And over the course of about 6 or 7 weeks, we had one person took $3,000 out, another person took 2,600 out, another person, me, took out 1,200. So it was a lot of cool money to be made in that break and run. 10-ball open will be on February 10th through the 16th. The 10-ball itself is going to be that weekend. Um, the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I believe, are the actual days for the 10-ball open. I will get the dates exactly for players' auctions and things like that from Shayla, and we can discuss that a little bit later on this evening. She's currently working with the digital pool setup. I don't want to disturb her right now while she's trying to get this tournament kicked off. I know we are running about 15 minutes behind right now. I'd imagine you're not too much further away from getting this thing going. I'm going to mute for just a minute, get a couple of things set up here, and we will be good to go. So bear with me for a few minutes. Yeah, crypto. Again, I'm glad you downloaded that app for digital pool. It does show you nearby tournaments at all the places that use digital pool, and more of the smaller venues are coming online to it. They actually have a free version to run tournaments for less than 32 players, and you lose some features by using the free version, but at least getting the introduction into digital pool is cool. But same thing, it'll text message you for your next match, tell you what the race is, tell you what the opponent's Fargo is. It also keeps a bunch of cool statistics for you, especially now with the app on an individual basis. So Yeah, this will replace the classic. So we did the 10 ball open before a couple of years ago. It went away, became um, the 9 ball classic, the Skinny Bob's Classic, which was the February event. And now we're going back to the Texas Open 10 ball. Got renamed as the Texas Open 10 ball. Just kind of coincided with the fact that we run the Texas Open here. So yeah, super cool, super excited about it. Oh well, Ray. Yeah, he's having some teething pains. Obviously, anytime you introduce new new software, then people that aren't comfortable with it got to get comfortable with it. Yes, those of you that know Ray, our illustrious tournament director here at Skinny Bob's, know that he would be kicking and screaming the whole way home. I'm just working on the players list myself right now, so I have everybody in for when they're on the stream table. Again, we're going to continue to work on making this a better thing, and as I get a little more practice, because I'm going to be doing every Friday night now, so join us. Let your friends and family and anybody else you know out there that enjoys a good game of pool. I've got everybody in here so far. So I will be right back. I'm going to go check what the tournament does, see how close we're getting. All right, so they are still working on. Sorry for the delay, folks. I know we're normally pretty good about getting kicked off right on time, and it will get better. Did just this first couple of nights, getting everybody on board with the digital pool app on their phones. Some of the players are a little stuck in their ways, and oh, what do you mean? I got to download an app. It does just make it easier for communication and help keep a tournament moving right along, which is obviously a very big issue when you're playing multiple matches with 30 something players, 40 players. It can make a big difference. All right, they're getting ready to kick off. So Ray's going to call out the rules and give everybody a little overview like he does every week. So with the player count being, I think it's 37 or 38 players tonight, they are going to do race to 3 on the winner's side, race to 3 on the elimination bracket. That is just in the trying to get this thing over with, at least getting it done before 2 o'clock in the morning, even though we have all the tables. We do have, we typically will typically use like 12 of the 9-foot tables because there are general public that want to play as well. So, we want to make sure that they have all the opportunity in the world to do that. All right, so while they get the rules read out, let me see if I can find a bracket. Just going through the player list, make sure everybody's in, because nothing is worse than getting the tournament kicked off and having players come up and go, "Wait, my name's not in." Let's take a look and see who we're going to get on table one. Looks like we're going to get Jude Rosenstock and Rodney Jones. I think they've already actually kicked off. I apologize for me lagging a little bit there. Let's let's get on with it. My apologies for lagging just a little bit there. I was having technical difficulties of my own. All right, so we do have Jude Rosenstock, Rodney Jones. All right, Rodney's shooting. This is rack one, so it is first round. Again, race to 3 on the winner's bracket. Look at this kick shot. It might just fall. It might just fall. Great kick shot there, Rodney. With shape on the 5 ball. How about that? Gonna go the weird way and go 2 rails. Gonna get a weird kick on the 6, but he's still got an opportunity. Now, just holding this for the 7 ball might be an issue here. Check it out. Yeah, that was a tough shot, and he's gonna unfortunately get the scratch out of it. Very unfortunate. One thing about Rodney, and these are local players, of course, and you can see the Fargos there. Jude being a 653, certainly a strong player. He is my counterpart in the booth during the Texas Open. Love my friend Jude there. We he also runs the Tuesday night and Wednesday night BCA 9-ball league here at Skinny Bob's, which we just kicked off the new session last week. So if anybody's looking to play BCA 9-ball, I know there's a few teams still looking for players. Jude at the table, just pretty straightforward here. Just going to roll through this 8-ball just a little bit. Pretty flat on it, so I don't think it's too much of an issue. He only needs to roll forward a couple of inches with the cue ball. Just make sure you make the 8-ball. Oh, he's bunted it and hit it dead straight into the rail. So just everybody getting settled in there. One thing about Rodney, he's a local player. He plays a lot of our tournaments, and love Rodney around here. But he doesn't hang around. When he's ready to fire, he will definitely fire. And really good at holding that rock. Look at that perfect shape. 9 in the corner. We're going to get Rodney goes up. That will be 1-0 to Rodney Jones. And again, this is a race to 3 format. Race to 3 on the winner side. Race to 3 on the elimination bracket. I'm going to put the bracket up there. I want to pin this one to the top of the chat there, so you guys can check it out if you want in the chat. You can click on that link at the top of the chat box, and that will get you to the digital pool bracket. You can watch along as we cruise along. You can check out all the names. All right, that's what Rodney's dealing with. He makes a break, makes a couple of balls in the break, but gets completely blocked out on the 1 ball. So I would imagine we're going to see a push here. He's going to roll out. He's going to leave Jude a shot on this 1 ball. Nothing easy about it. But there is a shot at it. Let's see what Jude has in store for him here. Jude Rosenstock at the table, ladies and gentlemen. Again, welcome to Skinny Bob's Billiards Friday night 9-ball tournament here at Skinny Bob's, and Jude's going to let him have it back. Like I say, you're going to watch Rodney. He's not going to hang around. He's going to drop down and fire at this one. Get a couple of rails around. If he can get around the back of that 3 ball, again, hard shot here. Yeah. He was just trying to hold. Yeah, he's going to pay a little price for this one, I think. So it looks like Jude just gets to shoot the stop shot. Maybe try and get the cue ball to come off that rail just a little bit. Would like a little angle on the 2 to get back up the table for the 3. He just roll through it a little bit. Looks like he's got himself a little bit of an angle on that. Yeah, he's got a little angle on that 2 ball. He can just draw it up the table for the 3. The 5 covering a large portion of it, so we'll see what Jude comes up with. Bottom left on this, he's going to try and screw up the table pretty firmly. And I see what he was trying to do. He was trying to get up, maybe run right into that 5 ball, which he did. But it was kind of a glancing blow. Leaves him really awkward on this 3. If he tries to cut this in with a ton of spin, you're risking the scratch. You're also letting the cue ball go. Might just play it safe here, but I think he's being pretty aggressive. So there you go. What a shot. What a shot from Jude Rosenstock. Repositioned a whole lot of balls there. Just checking to see how far off the rail that 4 ball is. Now this is very makeable here, and just going to run naturally up the table. Big one is just don't scratch in that top right corner as I look at it. Played it perfectly. A little punchy stroke, comes straight back up the table. Take what the table gives you. A little flat on this 5 ball. He's going to have a longish shot on the 6 ball. Oh, he cheated that pocket really well there. It looked like he was pretty flat on it. But now just a little stun shot here. Try to do too much and miss this ball. Good stroke. Little punchy stroke. Perfect. Dead straight on the 9 ball. Let's move on to rack 3. Premature call by me, but I was figuring on Jude making that fairly straight in 9 ball. So now it is 1-1. Jude Rosenstock, Rodney Jones here at Skinny Bob's Billiards on a Friday night. It is a race to 3, so these are short races. All right, Jude to break rack number 3. He hits this like a hammer. He typically does. Gets a nice little nudge from the cue ball on the 4 ball in the corner there, so he's got a couple of balls down. Just a little weird on the 1 ball. A really thin cut into the side. Potential of sliding off the 1 ball into that scratch is there. A little bit of spin, you can hold it out of there. If he does decide to play this down into the bottom right corner as we look at it, then he is going to have to just a little soft, firm draw stroke to draw it up the side pocket. Looks like he has the angle to do that. There is always the risk of scratching it in the side. Let's see what he's looking at. I think he is actually looking at going down the table with it. He played it really firm. He has a ridiculously good stroke when it comes to shots like that, so I'm not going to second guess how firm he hits that. I prefer to probably hit it a little softer so the bottom English there takes a little bite. Rodney hit that ball really good, and it just rattled in the pocket on him. A little kiss on the 9 ball. He's going to get luckier here. Nice little rollout for Rodney. He does get a little bit of coverage there. I can't quite tell looking at it if Jude has the full edge on that 9 ball on the 1 ball or not. Certainly has the enough to get to the kick shot. But let's see what he's looking at. Yeah, he played it rail first. Look at this 9 ball. Look at this 9 ball. What a shot. He might have actually been looking at that the whole time. I wasn't really paying too much attention to his mannerisms prior to that. Get the score updated there. So now it is Jude up 2-1. Rodney to break. So anybody out there listening, if you don't mind, just let me know how the audio sounds. Am I coming through nice and clear? I know last week I was having some issues with it cutting out on my voice because I was trying to block out some of the music in the background. But just let me know what you think. You can just type it up in the chat. That would be great. So again, first night us using the digital pool format on a weekly tournament. We did use it during the Texas Open 9-ball. So everybody's just sort of getting used to that now. Looks like we have 36 or 37 players tonight. Rodney tried to hook him behind the 6-ball there. It did pop out, leaving him a shot, but that 2-ball is really covered. So this would take a stroke and a half, which Jude has. He was playing it pretty firm there. He's going to get okay with that roll. 1-ball does not go past. Does not go past the 7-ball there. Oh, Rodney's going to get the 9-ball in there. Sorry, I wasn't recording to do the replay. I'm sorry. Let's see. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't recording there. I wasn't on top of it. I apologize. All right, so it is 2-2. Hill. Rodney Jones and Jude Rosenstock. This is going to be Hill. Race to 3 in the winner's bracket. Race to 3 in the elimination bracket. He's going to hit this one hard. He does all of them. Oh, that thing just followed right through and like it had eyeballs getting into that pocket. But nice and spread out. Rodney gets ball in hand. Got a little work to do here, but everything is pretty open. Just looking to see what that 2-ball looks like going past the 5. Yeah, one thing with Rodney is when he gets convinced on his shot, he does not mess around. All right, there you go. Did he take a look? I'm assuming the 3 goes past the 5. It looks like it's open enough. Because from this angle, holding for the 3 in the other corner in the bottom left is not going to happen. It would have to be so ridiculously soft. Maybe back and forth. Played it great. Don't get behind the 6-ball. Yeah, he's fine. 5-ball's hanging a little bit there, but it's just far enough out on the rail to make it awkward. I don't know if he's going to try and, he's looking up the table. He might try and go all the way around the table here. Oh no, he went for the bank. An interesting choice. He's going to leave that ball sitting there, and that's an unfortunate roll out there where the 3-ball, but it's going to hang over the pocket. Dude basically has his choice of what he wants to do here, what kind of angle he wants on the 5 to get to the 6. Probably wanted a little more angle than this, but it'd be okay. Knowing the stroke that Jude has. Yeah, it was off the rail just enough. He's going to roll out a little bit more than he wanted, I guess. I didn't realize he could cut on that ball that much. Right, just draw it straight across the table, back across for the 7. Yep, just like so. Gonna overrun it a little bit. Leave himself a little tough back cut. Funny how that cue ball is going to try and make a beeline. You have to manipulate it some because you don't want it to run into that top corner. Make 7. It's going to hang. It's going to hang, folks. Yeah, just playing it with a little bit of outside draw on it. If you don't catch that pocket perfectly, it will do that. These diamond tables, diamonds with their notoriously large shelves. Rodney's left himself tough here. Could have done a little bit more with the cue ball there, but still a very makeable shot. He is running down towards the 9, so got options as far as where he ends up. All right, so he's going to overcut that. How is he going to leave it? Look at this. He's going to get complete coverage with that 9 ball. That'll get your attention. So funny this game is. You hear a lot of games talk about being a game of inches, game of millimeters when it comes to that. Because had that cue ball stopped, 5 millimeters short, it would have been perfect cut into the side with an 8 ball. But Jude is going to be kicking at this one now. You can see it's not quite frozen to it, but it is pretty darn close. Okay, he's got the spot that he likes. Gonna hit this pretty firm, I would think. Yeah, trying to get a little clear, get a little bit of distance between them. So Rodney has a shot on this, and just kind of run up the table and down the table and get make this ball, make the 8 ball. Trying to overdo it. See, it took a little off the stroke, makes it a little more accurate, and he's going to leave himself perfect on this 9 ball. A little close to the rail, but just stroked through the ball. Yep. Oh, he missed it. Just flinched a little. First match of the night for everybody, so a little nerves involved. Dude's going to make this cut into the corner, I would imagine. He's got to get his extension out. He's not quite 6'4" like myself. And you don't want to take any risks. He could reach that ball, but he'd be stretching at it a little bit, and his hand would be sort of wrapping around the end of his cue on his right hand. He's just going to look to see which way he wants to go with this. I mean, I think the obvious is I'm cutting into this bottom left as we look at it. Yep. Also waiting for Kim, who's shooting on the table next to us. Let her get done with her shot. That way he won't interrupt her. Still a little stretch with a very long bridge. He's overcut it. He's going to scratch. Yeah. Just that catching it that thin, that cue ball just has to run straight up the table. All right, well, that's going to do it for Jude. And yeah, he didn't even realize that it was a race to 3. Yeah, he was thinking that he was going to get another opportunity. All right, well, a little bit sloppy there for that first match, but we're going to move on. Some other matches. Wait for them to call the next one up over here, and we'll get some names changed over for you. All right, so I forgot to turn the on-air sign. Players out there didn't know that we were streaming. Like they could see me sitting up here in the booth talking with a headset on, but now it's on. Still working out a few quirks with the setup here. I mean, Shayla's done an incredible job putting this stream booth together. Just lacking a couple of things that we're working on, and of course my own ability just working with the VMix software, trying to get that figured out, just where it's a little more comfortable and it'll be good. All right, so we're currently waiting for the next match. See if I can figure out what that's going to be. Get over onto. Oh no, match is over on table 2 as well. Give you a little glance over there. Looks like Holly playing. I don't know the gentleman that she's playing over there on table 5. Hamza over on table. Excuse me. Holly's on 4, and Hamza over here playing on table 5 with Kim. Hamza's going to win that match. All right. So again, a few things going to take a little bit of time tonight. Just again, not only do the players have to get used to the digital pool software, but the tournament directors are also getting used to it, assigning matches. You have some choices as far as whether you let it auto assign. So it looks like we're going to get Justin Espinosa up on table 1 with Marcelino. So this should be a really good match here. We got Justin Espinosa is a 731 Fargo. I don't remember Marcelino's, but let's take a look. Marcelino is a 481. That's going to be our next matchup on the streaming table here. So as these guys get set up to go, we'll switch back over to table 2 real quick. David Sanders breaking over here, playing Hao Yang. Hao Yang Lu and David Sanders over here on table 2. We will get Justin Espinosa and Marcelino up here on table 1 here in just a second. Looks like Marcelino's ready. We're just waiting for Justin. All right, so we get Marcelino. I'm going to move it back over here because they're going to lag for the break now. Either player having a coin, I guess, to flip, or they just chose to go ahead and lag. So there we go. We got Justin Espinosa going to win the first break. Welcome to Friday Night 9-Ball here at Skinny Bob's Billiards, Round Rock, Texas. And Justin Espinosa, kind of local legend here. I mean, plays a lot of great pools. 730 Fargo, destroys a lot of tournaments along the way. Marcelino plays kind of sporadically around here at Skinny's, but we have seen him several times. Definitely got his hands full with Justin Espinosa. Kind of the luck of the draw. I've been in that boot myself where you all of a sudden look at the draw and you go, golly, did I have to draw that bracket side? Anyway, let's see. So last week I made some commentary on Justin's break because he'd gone a couple of different ways. He'd gone with a soft break a couple of times. Didn't really work out well for him. Then he went back over to the other side of the table and went with a firm break. Let's see what he brings with him tonight. All right, so here we go. Race to 3 in the. This is still a winner side match. So Justin Espinosa and Marcelino Lopez. Good luck, everybody. Justin Espinosa to break. So he goes with the soft break, makes the wing ball. Going to get a little unfortunate roll out there. The 4 ball is going to cover that one completely. I would expect that we're going to get a rollout from Justin here. You can see, complete coverage on the one ball. So he's going to opt to roll out there. So he's going to leave where Marcelino can see the full one ball. See what he chooses to do here because he has a couple of options. He can go ahead and make this cut. Just really tough to hold for the two ball. I kind of like just playing the safety and using the two to hold the cue ball up there. Just kind of like that. Just hit it a little firm is really all. But man, what a great little nudge off the three ball he's going to get. Put Justin in a little bit of trouble here. He's bridging over the two if he wants to try the jump. Kick shot is on. It's a one rail kick to get contact. Looks like he might be going to grab his jump cue, or as mine is known as the weapon of mass destruction. Yeah, he's got jump cue in hand. Justin Espinosa with the James hand shoe jump cue. Those of you not from the area and don't know who James Handshoe is, a cue maker from the area, makes some really, really incredible jump cues. Lots of players around here are playing the Handshoe jump cue. Let's see what Justin's got for us. Yep, makes good contact. Almost makes the 1-8 combo, and looky here. He's going to get into a really good position with this. Don't know if Marcelino can see the edge of it or not. But pretty good jump shot there from Justin. All right, so he's going to get, and it's going to roll out a little on him. He's going to leave Justin. I'm looking right down that line. Give you kind of an idea of the angle I'm looking at, but he can cut that one right in the side. Looks like you got, he can just play a little punchy stroke, maybe just run up, try and draw it off of it a little bit to get up to the two ball. Ultimately, like to get past the three ball here. Yeah, okay. That's one way to do it. Run into the three, get yourself an angle on there. So you can make the two in the corner. Not a big problem for him. Might just play the safe here. Nope, he went. All right, so he runs solid into the 9 ball there. And Justin's got such a good stroke. He's not, I mean, obviously he's got to pay attention to this 3 ball because it's not quite dead straight in, but almost. So it just makes this shot a little bit tougher, making sure you don't follow it in. But if he can get anywhere right where the 3 ball is with the cue, then the 4 goes into the other side and you're out from there. So you just try and stab this one, draw it a little bit, stop it dead. Yeah, what a good stroke. Didn't want it to roll out that way as far. I was hoping to get a straight stop on it. But he does have a shot. Cut it in the side. Goes in the right side this time instead of the left, I think was what he was originally looking at. Anybody out there watching, why don't you hit me up in the chat? Let me know where you're watching from. Love to hear from you. Give you a shout out. Make sure that you're liking and subscribing and sharing it with your friends and family so we can get more people watching. Subscriptions will definitely help keep this stream free for all events coming up. Justin's got a good shot on the 5 ball here. You can see all of it. So just got to figure out how to get the. If you want to play the 6-8 combo, you want to try and get back past the 6 to shoot it in the same corner. A little tougher to do that, but if anybody can figure it out, it's definitely Justin. He has just enough angle on this 5 that he can run up past it, almost run across the spot with the cue ball. Yeah, just right there, right across the spot. Perfect. And now it should just be pretty routine for him to get this one. Race to 3 in the winner side, race to 3 in the elimination bracket. Roll that stick ball in just like that, center of the pocket, perfect. 8 ball, just, yep, get to right there, Justin. You're perfect in the side pocket, sir. A large margin of error here. Yep, perfect. So Justin got the first break there, so we do alternating break. Rack your own. Just broke it in. Yep, perfect. Excuse me, Justin Espinosa gets the first rack in this race to 3. All right, Marcelino Lopez to break. I said I've seen Marcelino play a few times. Not super consistent player in the weekly tournaments, but we do see him from time to time. I just don't remember a whole lot about his game. I imagine he's going to hit this pretty hard. So let's check it out. All right, gets the wing ball, goes right into the corner. Cue ball runs up the table. If the 3 ball stays out of the way, it'd be a really good break, but he's really unfortunate how that rollout. He's going to cover the 1 ball with the 3. You'll look overhead there. So yeah, as you can see, so he's going to figure out a push. Where does he want to push it to? Yep, he's just indicating to Justin that he's pushing. Yep, doesn't want to come back out that far. Nope, he's left the shot on now. A really tough, tough speed control there. So let's go back to the top side here. You can see now, tough one for Justin is holding for this 3 ball. You just bunt the 1 ball in. You're going to be playing the same sort of tough. Well, he opted to come back out, shoot the 3 in the same pocket. He does have a good line on this 3 ball now. He just cut it in, and he's going to look. See, it comes straight down the table. Now, the 4 is hanging a little north of the, I call it north when it's up there, but a little north of the side pocket. He wants to make sure he comes back up the table. Don't look out, 7 ball. Yeah. Going to get himself in a little bit of hurt here. Got a kick shot option. He's got a jump shot option. He's got the easy kick off this right side rail. At least kicking it to safety. The only thing you got to watch there is the scratch on the side as the cue ball comes off of it. He's going to look at just sort of kicking this thing to safety, but he's got to make sure that the cue ball doesn't catch too thin on the inside of the 4 ball. Yeah, he's making sure of that. That's a really good shot from Justin because he's got coverage from the 5 ball. He's got a little bit of a good roll there, and he's acknowledged it with a little hand wave. So he's going to put Marcelino in a little bit of bother now. He's got to make either a kick off this same right side long rail, which you can do. It looks like that's the way he's going to go. I personally like the two railer around behind the 8, but me. He makes good contact. Cue ball's spinning, and unfortunately, going to spin right into that another corner pocket. He hit a good shot. Now the 6 ball, if it goes past the 8, then he's fine. It just looks like it might just slide past there. Imagine the way Justin's setting up for it. I think we're probably going to be good there. Yeah, it just obviously goes right past the 8 ball. Just going to draw it back up into the middle of the table somewhere, get a little angle on the 7 ball. Pretty much up and down the table, tic-tac-toe here, 6 ball, 7 ball, come back down to the 8, 9. I would certainly expect this to be end of rack number 2, but let's see. Anything can happen in these short race formats. Overrun a ball, you can hang one. We did see Jude hang one in the corner, a 7 ball in the previous match. Especially when you're just stretching a little bit. Just enough to take your focus off of it just for a second. Even a split second, but he hits it perfectly. Now he can go either way. He can come off the rail and come around the 9 ball, shoot it in the same corner, or just go straight down off the short rail and back up. He's got plenty of options here. That's the safe one. Much easier to control that speed. Dead straight in on the 9 ball. And Justin Espinosa going to go up 2 racks to 0 on Marcelino. And Justin's going to get the next break. How we doing there, folks? Everybody out there watching? Looks like there's a few of you out there watching. Love to hear from you in the chat box. Let me know where you're watching from. We had Crypto in the chat earlier. Said he was playing APA tonight, so I imagine he's in his match. All right, so here we go. Justin Espinosa breaking rack number 3. Yeah, that's one of the other cool features with having the app on your phone. You can score your matches in the digital pool app. It automatically transitions to the tournament director. One of the really cool features is self-scoring like that. All right, so Justin makes a nice break there. He went a little firmer this time, didn't go quite with the soft break. He does make a couple of balls here. The wing ball and the 1 ball go in the side. Now, the only thing was the cue ball ended up back up the table, so maybe just a touch too much draw on that break. But has a shot on the 2 ball. Just going to be, he's either going to try and spear this one with a little jacked up action because the 4 is right there next to it. He might try and just slow roll this in and come down past the 4 ball to shoot it up the table. Kind of just how you feeling with your stroke, right? Let me know in the chat. How would you guys do it? Looks like he's going to try and put a little draw on this. He's got enough room between the rail. He's fine. Just spear it. Yep, just like that. Such a good stroke. Well done, Justin. Some big names in the tournament tonight. We got Justin Espinosa. I think Noah Contreras was in the house. Al Yang, David Newman. I'm just calling off some of the bigger Fargos, of course. You can check out all the players' names in the digital pool bracket there. I did pin the link to the bracket in the chat so you can check it out. You can go on there. You can click on players. It'll show you the players list with their Fargos. It will show you the bracket, of course. A whole lot of analytics stuff that you can watch. So my buddy Jaden Dupree here in the house playing over next to us on table 2. They're all my buddies here. But I do hang out with Jaden a little bit more because we play 3 cushion together, amongst other things. Meant to ask him how he, him and Aro and Hunter, local guys out of here, they made the trek down to San Antonio last night to play a little live action pool down at Jay Ryda's spot down in San Antonio. Shout out to Jay Ryda down in San Antonio doing great things with pool. Ryda's action spot. If you're in San Antonio looking for a place to play, that is the place to play in San Antonio. Check him out. Ryda's action spot. I have to ask Jaden when he gets done with his match how those guys played out last night. Local legend Aro Majumder and him and Hunter Derryberry. You joke about Aro with his local legend status. Here we go, Justin Espinoza just going to draw back out there, make the 7 in the side pocket. Just got to go a little up and down the table now. You can just see the back end of Jaden shooting on the table next to him. Justin just getting set up for looking at the angle, see which way he wants to go. He's got options here. He can sort of go straight up the table and come straight back down. You just risk the 9 ball coming into play there. You can draw it a little bit. Yeah, just hit it really good. Going to 50-yard line himself a little bit. Yep. Not going to be real happy with that one. It was kind of one or the other. You know, even the big Fargos make those same speed control mistakes every now and then. Difference is they probably recover from them a little bit better than the rest of us mere mortals. Let's see what he does here. He's going to shoot it in the corner, of course, because cutting it in the side is not an option. He just has to control the cue ball and not get into that side pocket. Just draw the Jesus out of it. Yep, nice shot, Justin. Going to get cut into the side. Just play it with straight top. Not worried about the scratch there. He's far enough down the table. All right, Justin Espinoza going to go ahead and take that one down 3-0. We're on Espinoza watch now. Let's see what we got going on. Looks like got Jaden over here playing Seth Maloney. Get the I'm not going to have the score over on this game because we're only going to stay over here for a second until we get the next matchup on the main table. Jaden misses that 9 ball. He's going to leave Seth a chance here. Let's go, Seth. Take your time and knock this down. Oh, Seth's going to miss that one just a little bit. How's he going to leave it, though? Yeah, he's going to roll up and leave Jaden a good shot on this 9 ball now. I can't even see the score. It looks like it might be 2-0, 2-1. I don't think they're live scoring it. Check the bracket real quick because they might be. Jaden's good at that. Nope. Not live scoring it. This is a 643 Fargo and a 340 Fargo. Oh, He almost hangs that. That thing rattled a little bit. All right, so okay, so they actually just started, so that looks like Jaden's up 1-0. Seth is just going to take a quick 5-minute break. Chance to run to the restroom, collect himself before he starts again. Get this bracket updated real quick. Check it out here. Again, not a whole lot of movement in the chat there tonight. I know I had crypto in the chat earlier, but anybody else out there watching, let me know where you're coming in from. Love to give you a shout out. Lots of cool things going on here at Skinny Bob. So we do tournaments on Friday nights and Saturday nights are the 9-ball tournaments like this one. So typically it's a race to 4 in the winners and a race to 3 in the elimination bracket. And that is when we have 32 players or less. Anytime you get a little more than that, we got to cut the races down on the winners bracket side. So we make it 3 and 3. That way we can get through it in one single night. All right, so Seth Maloney back at the table racking. All right, I'm going to jump off for a quick second. I'm going to step away from the booth for a second. I'll be back when we get the next matchup. You guys hang out. We'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I was over in the tournament director's booth there. We were just, I have a little bit of experience with a couple of years of using digital pool. So, anyway, just kind of helping the TDs out over there, Shayla and Ray. Let's see. Crypto's back. Hey, he won 8 ball. Good job, sir. All right, so we're going to get our next match back up on table 1 now as we get to moving along. Let me get you back over on the table 1. Second, here we go. I will get the names up here. It looks like we're going to get Jude Rosenstock back up on the stream table, playing Anastasio. Had both these guys on the stream last week. As you continue watching here, you're going to start getting a little more familiar with the players that play regularly here at Skinny Bob's Billiards in Round Rock, Texas. Let's get Anastasio up on here. Jude. All right, so this is going to be race to 3. So this will be a B-side match. So this is win or go home, or win and go play on another table and play for some coinage, which Anastasio is certainly always down to do. Yeah, Jaden got that match against Seth over there. Nice shooting, Jaden. Kind of funny looking around the room as we transition everybody over to digital pool, and they're all looking at their app, updating. And while I was up over in the tournament director's booth helping them out, there was like 3 other players came up. Just learning curves when you're starting to learn a new. All right, so there goes Jude, gets the fire off on the first break. Not going to make anything on the break. A little unusual with a magic rack, and he hit it really firm. It got a little bounce out of that cue ball. That's the layout we got. So Ant was just going to push out. He's pushing out to the jump. Get back over to that. He's just going to give it right back to Ant. Let Ant take the jump shot here. Yeah, maybe the overhead is a better view for this. Let's take a look. All right, makes really good contact. Gets really, really lucky it doesn't scratch. That one ball goes up and down the table twice and ends up back over the pocket. So here we go. Dude with the one ball, just going to come back out. 2 ball in the bottom corner. Get a nice little cluster going on over here with the 6, 7, 8, and 9 ball. Got to figure that one out. Also, that 3 ball doesn't look like it goes past the 4 up to the top corner. If it does, it's super, super narrow. See what he's going to look at here. Might try and run into this 4. Really be risky here. I don't think he can see enough of it to make the 3 ball. He's going to have to figure out a good safety. Let's see what. All right, so he's trying to get this thing tucked in behind the 5 ball. It just rolls out. What a good try there, Jude. Like the idea. He needed to kiss that 5 ball a little and hold it there. Anastasio just looking at what angle he's going to get on this 4 ball. I almost like stunning it here. It looks like he was figuring on rolling through this a little, but I like stunning it here. Trying to get out off the rail. He's all right. Just got to make sure you get up and down the table without getting into trouble. That hit really, really well, Anastasio. Yep. A little tough cut here, but he can actually go 3 rails. He might just play the safe here. Smart move. Trying to get tucked in behind the 9. And so Jude can see an edge of the 5 ball. He can see that left edge of the 5 ball, maybe about 20 or 30% of it. I'm actually physically looking right down that line. I didn't think he could see that much of it, but man, could he. He's going to leave the 5 over the pocket, but he does tie up the 8 and the 6 ball a little bit more. Sorry, Crypto, I just looked back at the chat there. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Is there a poly market? Man, Anastasio played a really good shot to get back to this 6 ball. But man, that 5 ball up. So. Tough shot for Jude here, just queuing over the top of the 6. And the 6 is still going to be tied up behind the 7. So he's going to have to really be firm with this and get back out to the middle of the table. Going to be 3 rails around. Yep, actually overhit this now. He caught that 5 ball a whole lot thinner than he thought he was going to. These guys are having to work at this one. Kick that thing and all right. Nothing easy here. Now there is a cut into the corner. It does not look like it goes past. If it does go past that 8 ball, it's thin, but it looks like Ant's going to shoot this thing in the side pocket. Going to play the safe. What a. Looks like he might have just got in the. Just enough behind that 9 ball to cause trouble for Jude. Kind of hard to tell whether he can actually see enough of this or not. So, see what Jude comes up with. He might just try and tie the 9 ball up to the 7 and give the ball in hand. I'm not a big fan of that. He did look at it. He can get to there. Maybe manipulating it with a little bit of inside English. Hit it firm. Oh, too much inside English. This is going to give Ant a really good opportunity to take a lead here. Give yourself a little angle to get out, back out to the table. Think for a second about where you want to be on the 8 ball. Oh, and he just overcuts the 7 into the point. But he does get coverage on it, so I think Jude can see a very, very thin edge, but I think I actually like just kicking this. Make sure you catch it really thick. It looks like he might be going for the thin edge. Yeah, he's going for the thin edge and just kind of leave it out in the middle there. Unless you do, man, that's risky. He just looks at me in the booth and rolls his eyes. He knows how close he came to scratching there. So, oh, I don't think anybody's going to take that action there, Crypto. I apologize for not picking up on the poly market. Now I know what you mean. We can have discussions about this later. I would think that Jude is the odds-on favorite with a 145 Fargo point difference there, but anything can happen. We did watch Jude lose to Rodney earlier with about a 70-point difference in Fargo, so Jude's going to try and get this behind the 8 ball. Does get it perfectly. Now there is a jump shot here for Ant. I'd imagine he's going to grab the jump cue. Yep, it's really all you got to do is just bear down, focus on making this, make the jump shot. risk is overhitting, right? Because then it comes down, the cue ball comes back down the table. Got to catch that 7 ball on the way in. Going to roll up and get relatively safe. The bank shot is on. Looks like the cut into the side is also on, and he could go. If he does opt to take the cut on in the side, he's going to go 3 rails around and get the shape for the 8 ball. Yeah, just hit it like a champ there. That's a good stroke, Jude. And just kind of a little steep on this 8 ball, so I don't know which way he's going to go around about it, but he can run straight down. There you go. Just played it with enough outside English there. Anastasio's going to go ahead and give him that and not make Jude shoot it. So Jude will take the 1-0 lead in this match. Anastasio's going to get to break the second rack. So yeah, a lot of scrappiness with the way that rack laid out after the break. That 6, 7, 8, 9 cluster was problematic for them. Jude ends up prevailing. So here we go, Anastasio to break. He's going to break pretty hard, I think. Yeah, he hits it like a hammer as well. Weird, we've now seen 2 breaks off the magic rack where neither one of the players has made a ball. Now I was playing on this table earlier and was breaking just fine. I was making the wing ball every time. Probably making the one on the side about 3 out of 5. He's just gonna try and pinch this thing in. Oh, how good is that touch? If you ever wanted to watch how to play a great safe, that was a thing of beauty right there. Looks like he can just get around it enough there. Nice. Well played, Anastasio. Get return safe on Jude there. Jude can see the 1 ball still. He's going to probably try and. I think he might actually just try and get down here behind the 6 ball, but risky with the scratch. Oh, he just missed the 1 ball completely. Just steered away. Just steered it right away from that 1 ball. All right. So Anastasio, you don't need to bridge over the 2 ball there, buddy. There you go. Don't make it harder on yourself. This game's hard enough as it is. Now he's got options here. He can actually just roll up a little bit, shoot the 3 in the bottom right corner. He can send it back and shoot it in the side. He hit that shot good, but he left himself sort of 50-yard line. Certainly makeable. Well, he's going to get really fortunate here because he's got coverage on the full coverage on the 3 ball. And the 3 tied up to the 8 ball. So he can try and, yeah, he can go. Not sure which way he's looking to go there, but he's going to try and swerve this a little and then come off the rail, slide up to the 3. Hit that really good. 3's just going to bounce out a little bit. Looks like he did get coverage on it with the 8 ball, so look from above. Yeah, he might be able to see the edge of that 3 ball, but he's definitely hit that firm. All right, well, again, you're going to get a good roll out there. These guys are both a couple of rolls from these kick shots. The Ant can see, or excuse me, Jude can see the 3 ball here. it up and down the table, and I pinched it a little bit. Saving grace is going to get the 7 ball covering the pocket, just off angle enough to make the combo weird. How about this shot? How you like me now, he says. He did give Jude a little hand wave there. He knows he got a little fortunate roll out there on the get in tucked behind this. The good news is Jude knows his way around the diamonds. For those of you that play 3 cushion, you know the numbers. He should be pretty perfect here to come in behind the 3 ball. Oh, he went right around it. Did it this time? Oh, just like a true 3 cushion player. Right around the back of that 3 ball, and where you think you can't miss it, it'll just slide right on around. So, yep, Anastasio, 3 ball, just draw it out to the middle of the table. Okay, gonna go this way and maybe go off the rail and come out to the 4 ball now. The big key there is not trying to do too much, and he just overdoes it. He's gonna get okay. Knows where he was trying to get to and just overstrokes it. Makes this 4 ball a little tougher because now he's got to go around the table, get back to the 5. It's there. You just end up leaving yourself a longer shot on the 5 if you do make the 4. It is a little tight to get past the 5. Just looking at it, I'm looking down the table at that line, and he was just going to opt for safety, I guess. He might get lucky here and kick the 7 in. He's going to leave the combo on for Jude. So it's a little weird because the 4 ball ended up on the rail. Take a look at it from overhead there while Jude's getting ready to shoot this. He's going to, yeah, there you go. Let the 4 ball get away from him a little bit, but I definitely understand what he was doing. He was having to sort of bank up off the rail to get to make that 7. Went for the cut. Gonna overcut it there. He's going to be okay. Going to miss it. Miss it on the pro side, they say. Yeah, we're going for the safety again. You just got to hit it a little more. All right, his saving grace is that he's got about 7.5, almost 8 feet of distance between them. He is having to play this to cut the 5 in a little bit. Just rattles in the pocket. Frees it up to the 8 ball there. Yep, freezes it up to the 8 ball, so it does not go. Yep. Tasio was trying to play it safe, and he's going to leave a window for Jude. With natural shape to come around for the 5 into the same corner. So really just about controlling cue ball speed here and making sure you make the ball. Jude's going to go right into the scratch. Cardinal sin. He was trying to hit with enough pace to go back around the 4 rails and come back out. And I get it. You don't want to hit that soft and try and hold for the 5 ball sometimes because you might induce a little skid. He did make the 4 center pocket. But as we know, if you get any kind of outside English going on this, Not quite sure. Go either way about that. You could have just sent it back, but he was wanting to run it down the table a little bit, get a little closer to the sixth ball. Yep, you're fine. It's just 3 rails around, so you're shooting the 8 into the top right corner. But again, about speed control. If you want to overhit this, watch out 9 ball. Okay. So it did hold there, so he's got the 8 ball into the top left corner. He's going to 50-yard line himself a little bit. All right, so Anastasio sneaks that one into the side pocket there. You saw it catch a little bit of the point on the way in, but he will tie that up 1-1. How you feeling about that $100 bet now, Crypto? A lot of pool to go in this match, even though it is short races to 3. We're gonna get Jude Rosenstock breaking in rack number 3. It is alternating break, so there is that. Again, we're gonna get Jude's hammer style break here. You watch him take a big swing at this. Watch this cue action. Boom, he hits it hard. Man, rattles that 4 ball. And again, we're gonna get a third rack in a row in this match where we don't make a ball on the break and you get hooked. Now, Anastasio has the option to push out here, but it looks like he's grabbed the jump cue. He's going to go ahead and take on this 1 ball. He finds it enticing enough to take it on. A little awkward having to sit up on the table there, but he's got a good line on it. Rolled out enough to make this 1 ball awkward. Catch is really razor thin because you don't want to put any right spin on this. Yeah, he hit it perfect with a little actually left switch on it to hold it up there. Now he's got the 2 ball on the side. Just kind of figure out not catching the 8 ball. Could actually run into the 8 ball. He clips the 8. Now he's at the behest of the table and the roll god. Use the 8 ball to hold the cue for the 4. More matches getting called out over there. Gonna get Justin up on table 9. Looking around the room, I got Seth and Holly. Excuse me, Opie over here playing Seth on table number 3. Matt Wong and Justin Gutierrez playing on table 5. Looks like David Newman and Daniel Perez. That should be a really good match going on over on table 4. Dude was looking for a little more than that. He's going to cover himself. He was not looking to catch that 5 ball. I mean, the 9 ball. Jump cue coming out. So here we go. I'm not going to see it very well from here. So let's look at it from the top with Jude. He's looking at this 5 ball. Problem when you make this is that cue ball is either going to try and track towards that 8 ball, and it could tear him off the 8, go on the side. It could run up past the 8 and leave you nothing on the 6. But I understand. So he's going to get okay on this. Make good contact with it. Let's go back over to see what Anastasios got for this. Just going to Z shot that. I like the shot, Anastasio. What great control of the speed there. He's got a center diamond on the short short. Leaves a really tough one. And that 5 ball has definitely got down on the rail there. So that makes this tough. Tough. Going to try and thin it. He's going to try and get coverage with the 8. Just didn't quite get there, but he got safe enough to where he can't make it. Now Anastasio can see the edge. I like the shot. Good cue ball control there. And did not want to make that. He was trying to get that thing back up the table and get him safe, but he's got his work cut out for him now, being this close to the. Anastasio going to get to figure this one out. He was trying to see if he could sort of punch this thing up past the side pocket. It's there. You could actually just play a little draw, but just controlling the 6 ball is the problem. It's going to come off the rail pretty quickly and get out to the open table. You can't just play it like you would normally if there was no pocket there and sort of slide around the 8, the 8 for blockage. So yeah, he's going to leave the 6 out in the open table there for Jude. Now, just looking at the angle there, I mean, no matter what, he's got to come with a big stroke. He's got to come with a good stroke here. I like the way Jude stepped back. Me and him have been talking about this for the last couple of weeks. Take that step back, you walk right up on the line, deliver the cue down the line. Boy, did he just kind of poked at it, trying to get back to that 7. Got a very fortunate roll out there. Good news is with Jude is I know he will analyze this to the nth degree. Takes a step back, just looks at the line that he wants to be on, and just deliver it down that line with a good stroke. Commitment level for the shot. Get out of there. Didn't deserve that. But struggling a little bit right now is Jude. Joanne's going to just draw this back up to the fat side of the table. See what I know. I love it when players fake me out a little bit like that. They set down on it like they're going to draw, and then when they actually deliver the cue through, they actually play it with top. Good friend of mine and teammate on Tuesday nights, Phil Sidari, does that. But that's his normal setup with every shot, and you just come to understand it. All right, Ant, just roll this in. You don't have to do much with this cue ball. You're not trying to overdo it. You make that. There you go. Just enough angle on this 8 ball where he can actually bounce it off the long rail, or he feels he might be pretty straight in here. Looked like he had enough angle on it. Yeah. Play it to the outside of the pot. You didn't even have to hit it that, but he did okay. I think he had enough angle on there. He could have just ran off the rail, but either way, he's good. Just make the 9. Takes the lead. All right, Crypto, how you feeling? Anastasio goes up 2-1. Race to 3. So that puts Anastasio on the hill and breaking for the match. All right, here we go. Hey, brother. How you doing? Every Friday. All right, here we go. So here we go again. We're going to get another break. It's going to be the fourth dry break in a row. This is the fourth dry break in a row. And all four dry breaks in a row, they've been hooked on the one ball. He makes the 9. Yeah, it's a smart move. Take it out of the pocket. Call the push. Make the 9. Challenge Ant to run out from there. Hang on one second. I'm going to jump off real quick. Just go ahead and watch the action for a second. All right, sorry about that, folks. I was actually talking to one of the other players in the house, Evan Cassie. We were just discussing some matches that had gone on. So back to the table here. I apologize for that. You guys got to watch some interesting back and forth between these guys. I was watching, but just not commentary there. All right, so Jude now has a shot. He needs to. He's gonna just figure this smooth this stroke out there, Jude. You got this. Step into the line. Get down. Just deliver the cue. sure you're settled on it. That's really, really well done. Wow. That's the dude that we know and love. Yeah, I was just talking to one of the local players here, Evan Cassie and Hunter Derryberry. Run it down the rail or play it in the side. Just run it down the rail, nice and smooth. Leave yourself just enough angle on this 8 ball. Only thing you want to watch is don't overstroke this, right? You're trying to put this draw on it because you're going to go towards that side pocket. That's a good shot. Well done, Jude. Dead straight on the 9 ball. We are going to the hill, it looks like, folks. All right, hill, hill. Make you feel a little bit better about that hundo there, crypto. I was never taking that action to begin with anyway. So, all right, here we go. Hill, hill match. Again, this is a elimination bracket match. So the loser of this one gets to go find their jollies elsewhere, another table, or you get to go home, or you get to come hang out up here in the booth with me. All right, Jude with the hammer break. Scratches right in the side. Look at the 9 ball. Oh, all right. So he actually did make a couple of balls on the break. Actually made 3 balls on the break, with 2 object balls and the cue ball. So Ant's going to get ball in hand. The good news is the 4-5 is tied up. So there's some work to do here. Get back into the action here with Anastasio. Ball in hand. Trying to think about, there you go. He's looking at the 3-9. Didn't have to worry about the 4-5 then. The big key would be make sure you do not disturb the 4-5, because if you miss that 3-9 combo, you don't want Jude having an easy run to with the 4. Wanted to get a little more on this 2 ball. He gets to run down the table and try and get to a good position here. Didn't quite get where he was looking now. He can actually play this as a 2-way shot. It's a super thin cut to make the 3 ball. But the carom is there. I would say focus more on making the 3. Yep, good shot. Get out of that pocket. All right. Now, you can't just bunt this. They're too close to each other and too close to the rail to sort of bunt the 4 ball around the 5. Again, you just can't quite get there. And it's going to nip the 5 ball on the way out if you do miss it on the way in. Well, he did really good to not catch the 5 on the way out. I guess there was a little more room than what I could see. Leaves the 4 ball out in the open table. Dude's just going to have to come with a stroke here, go straight across the table without scratching. Come back across to get on the 5 ball. But really, he just needs to get somewhere to the middle of the table. He's going to take a quick second because they just called last call for buying extra tickets for the break and run pot, which is again over $15,600 tonight. I'll get an exact number after they're done selling tickets. But I would imagine with it being that big, there's going to be plenty of people buying extra tickets. Should get it up over $16,000, I would think. And we will get that action on the screen table as well. Typically, they do that around the 10 o'clock mark. With us starting a little bit later tonight, it might be 10:15, 10:30 before they do the break and run pot, but it will be there for you. What a good stroke. Overstroke. Bounce. Okay. What a great shot there. He knows he risked that side pocket, though. I don't think he was trying to run that far back across the table again. All right. So leave himself a little angle here. Now he can come straight back up the table. He can go 2 rails around the 7 ball. He has options. It was real risky there, risking running into the 7. I think he was looking just to come more straight up the table than that. Got it rolling out on him a little bit. Basically the same shot he had on the 4 ball earlier, which he hits perfect. Gonna leave himself dead straight on the 9. All you got to do is make it. Anastasio had his chances. Jude shook off a couple of those shaky moments and make this 9 ball. Center pocket. Good match. Jude Rosenstock's going to get that one. Match 3-2. And not going to be happy with himself there because he did have a chance. Anytime you get a chance against one of these bigger Fargos like that, you got to take it on. But we'll be back here in just a minute. I'm going to switch it over. We got on table 2. We've got Jaden. I'm not sure who he's playing. Oh, looks like Jaden just won that one, so see if we can find a view of the room. You can just see over in the corner there on the right-hand side, you got Daniel Perez shooting against David Newman. And then over on table number 5, Justin Gutierrez at the table shooting against Matt Wong. I'm not sure of the scores. Since we changed out to the perimeter lights on these 5 tables, we don't have the counters above the tables anymore. So we'll get matches up on the stream table again here in just a second. Bear with us. And crypto, yes, your $100 is safe in the house there. Figure out who we're going to get on the next match. Refresh my bracket. Just running and looking at the bracket here. If you haven't checked it out, got David Newman and Daniel Perez playing over there. I'm not sure again what the score is. That match is going on. That's round number 3 on the winner's side. Got Matt Wong and Justin Gutierrez. Looks like Matt Wong is up 2-1 in that match. They are using the app for scoring, so good on them. Chuck Alley beats Rodney Jones. I think it's Chuck advanced over to the winner's bracket round number 4. He's currently waiting for Marshall and Hao Yang. They're playing. Not yet. That's probably going to be your next match, I would imagine, over here on table 1. That'd be a great match. Hao Yang beats David Sanders in his previous match 3-0. Look a little further around on the. Got Justin Espinosa and Isaac Pichardo playing over on table 9. Tracy Sanders and J.R. Loza, they're locked it up over on table 8 now. Looks like JR is up 1-0 in that. Table 7's got Ryan Nelson and Jesus Alvarado, Jaden Dupree and Steve Libretto. That's coming up next. Jaden just beat Akash Devdar. Let's look over on the elimination bracket side. I'm going to jump off real quick. There's an error in the bracket. I'm going to go talk to the tournament desk about 1 second. All right, just give you guys a little update what's going on here. So we're going to stick over right here for now. They're going to keep the stream table open for a second. They're going to get ready to draw for the break and run pot. Break and run pot tonight, $16,163. It's over $16,000 anyway, so we're going to get a lucky draw here. And the person that gets drawn will have an option to take a cash payout and not break. I think it's only going to be about $250 though. Anyway, you look currently watching there, table 2. That's Holly Maloney there. Trying to play it a little safe there. She's going to leave an open window on the 2 ball. Let me get back over on that for you. Yeah, this is Holly and Patrick Garza playing over here. Gonna get Kim Sanders and Justin Irwin over there on table 5. Nice shot, Holly. Got to get yourself a decent little safety off this 3 ball now. Play it right, you can run into the 5 and hold the cue ball there. Trying to run it around there, but she's going to get it locked up with the 5, so she's okay. I believe the next game we're going to get over on table 1 is going to be Marshall McCloskey and Hal Yang. That's going to be a really, really good match. So stand by for that one. We're going to get the break and run first, though. That's going to be sometime here in the next 10 minutes or so. They'll do the drawing and get to watch the break and run pot. So with them limiting the what's up, Chris? Welcome to the chat, sir. Oh, you got an ad for TikTok on YouTube? That is unusual. That is very unusual. And yeah, it must have been a big, big grip of money for that to happen. Anyway, I don't see those ads. I'm one of those ridiculous people that pays for the premium and don't get ads. But I understand everybody doesn't do that, so you get to watch some ads. All good. Anyway, welcome to the stream there, Chris. Anybody out there watching, if you don't know who little Chris is, check out his YouTube page. He's got some great tutorials on there, and Holly just misses that kick at the 3 ball. 3 and the 5 still tied up, though, so that's pretty okay as far as he's going to have a pretty easy return safe again. Sort of done this, leave the cue ball right behind the 5, send the 3 up to the top rail. Kind of like paying attention to this and not trying to make. It looks like he's lining up like he's trying to make this inside. I'm not a big fan of this shot. He gets a lucky bounce off that point and going to leave it safe anyway. Ray's over here getting the spindle drum out with all them blue tickets in it. Get them mixed up a little bit. Get one of the ladies over here to come draw the ticket blind for the break and run pot. Who's going to be the lucky? Nice hit there, Holly. Great. Well played. Well played. Snap. Not sure what the score is over here. I think they just started, so we'll find out here. All right, we're going to get Ronnie over here to draw it. He tried to make that 3-9. Going to get safe on it. Holly and Patrick Garza here. So we got the draw going on. Let's take a look here. Oop, wrong camera. I apologize. I was trying to get to the. Lost that view. All right, so we are going to do the break and run pot over here on the streaming main table. Tracy Sanders is going to get drawn. He's going to get offered $200 to not break them. Now, Tracy is the owner of the joint. Obviously, everybody wants him to just take the $200 because if he breaks and makes a ball, he's going to run. He says he's going to break. It is $1,077 a ball. Ray's going to get this 15-ball rack set up for him. Get this thing over here on table one. And so again, this is the break and run pot that we do here every Friday and Saturday night. The 2 nights are combined, so the dollar amount that's in the pot is in the pot for Friday and Saturday night eligible players. To be eligible for the full whack of the money, you have to have played in, I think it's 3 tournaments in the last month. So any Friday or Saturday night, 3 times in the last month, I believe, is what the qualification is. I'll confirm that here in a little bit to get you the full whack. If you're anything less than that, then you're eligible for half, which would still be $538 a ball, which is not bad. All right, so you're going to get Tracy Sanders breaking for the 15-ball break and run. Got Ray Tull here setting the rack for him. We'll get back into the action after that, but let's check out and see what Tracy does with this break. This is 1,077 a ball. The Ray's going to get the rack set for him. Try and get this thing as tight as he can. If you get the chance to inspect the rack, if you don't like it, Ray will have to rack it again. But they do the 1, 2, 3 on the corners, 15 on the middle. Again, it play it rotation, so lowest number ball each time. Tracy's got that PK Rush break key ready to go. Just going to give it a quick little inspection, make sure those balls are frozen, especially the first 5 or excuse me, the first 6 balls. That's real important. And then the corners, you want to make sure. But, you know, if you can get the whole rack super tight, that's perfect. But, you know, on older cloth, it is a little tough. Here we go, Tracy. Knock him down, sir. Oh, it's going to be a dry break. It is a dry break, so we're going to get. Yeah, that's not counting there. He's didn't make anything on the break there, so it's going to be a dry break, and you're going to get the traditional call from our buddy. No bueno, Ray says. $16,100 will be in the break pot tomorrow night. Come on out, get yourself in the tournament. You automatically get one entry in the tournament. in the break and run, and you're always able to buy more tickets if you would like to buy more tickets. They will start calling out some matches now. We're going to get Marshall McCloskey, and I forgot who I said he was playing. And Hao Yang on table one here. This will be a good match to watch now. Two very strong players play on these tables all the time. Let's go. Huh? Don't tell me if I wasn't doing this, we'd be playing some one pocket tomorrow. Let's play some one pocket. No. Getting called out for some action. Anastasia over here barking at everybody. Action out there. Action Jackson, Anastasio. Hey, you see the tournament next weekend at Ryda's spot, right? Hang on, let me unmute. Let me mute this. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry, I was just talking to my buddy Anastasio there. So here we go. We got Marshall McCloskey and Hao Yang. Friday night 9-ball. Race to 3. Got Marshall breaking. Goes with kind of a medium break there. And I'm rather surprised. And maybe there is a little bit of, it's so funny how a table will break differently from night to night. I was playing on this table earlier, and I broke just fine on it. That's got to be like the 6th rack in a row now that's been a dry break. At least they're not hooked on the one ball. Hao Yang to the table now. I will say this. Good friends with a lot of people in this house. Hao Yang is probably one of the most fastidious practicers of the game. Just makes that bank just dreamy. Now the 3 ball's tied up where in the middle of this 5, 8, 9, so I'm not quite sure how he gets to it. He has a little bit of an angle. He might be able to draw down. Really, really risky though. He might be able to go forward off the 2 ball and come in between the 5 and the 3. Maybe have a chance at the 3-9 or the 3 into the side. Get past the 5 ball, he's going to be in really good shape for this 3-9 combo. Little off angle cut. Maybe the 3 goes past the 9. I'm not quite sure. Looking at it from above, it looked like it might go, but definitely got to figure out that 4 ball being over here behind the 8 ball as well makes it a little more difficult. See how Yang's looking at it. He's kind of lining up the combo. So the 3 might not go past the 9 clean. That'd really be the only reason for how Yang to take this on. Could break up that 6-7 as well. Now, he's left enough of this 3 ball to make it. So imagine Marshall's going to take it on. He's kind of got a natural little angle because you want to play this shot with a little bit of left English to help cut it in the corner. Should bring the cue ball back up beyond the 4 ball. Marshall's been playing so good. He's got such a good practice stroke. I like watching it. Should have used driver. Yeah, you're right, Sean. Say that a lot for sure. I thought we said we weren't going to talk about that day on the course anymore. But we can use that quote. Should have used driver. Quoting a reference to we were playing golf last week. It was a couple of local great pool players, friends of mine, Sean Black and Michael Rustin. We played a little golf last weekend. Should have used driver. We'll just leave that as our inside joke. All right, Marshall's on this 4 ball here. Now, the big thing is can he hold it enough to not run all the way out to the 6 ball? You just don't want to bunt that 6 ball into trouble. He's just trying to get back up into the table for the 5 into the side. He's playing it with a little bit of left English. Going to pinch it up perfectly. Would have liked a little more speed out of it, but he's just fine. He can just roll forward on this a little bit. Glad to have you on, Sean. Glad you're watching, man. Good action. It just rolls it, just catches it thick enough where he just rolls up there. And he's not straight in, so he can actually just run straight off the short rail, back up the table. Really don't have to manipulate this a whole lot. You really want to keep an angle on the 7 ball. He just spins it with a lot of inside there. That's a risky shot. He's going to be okay, though. He's got just a little bit of angle. He can just pinch this out off the rail. Should be able to get on the 8 ball fairly easy. Saw that 7 ball come away from the rail there. He forced it in. It was a good shot. Pretty straightforward here. 8 ball, come back out middle of the table, make the 9 in the corner. Opted to play with a little more pace, takes out any kind of skid or anything like that. Hao Yang's going to go ahead and give him that 9 ball there. So Marshall McCluskey goes up 1-0 in the race to 3. Winner side match here. Again, we're doing race to 3 on the winner side and a race to 3 on the elimination bracket. It is alternating breaks, rack your own. So when you get strong players like this, there's nobody going to just run racks out on you. Let's see how Hao Yang handles this break. It'll be real interesting. Again, the last 6 breaks have been dry breaks. Kind of weird. The temperature, humidity, all those sort of factors play in. Condition of the magic rack might be getting a little bit worse. See how Yang does here. He goes with a medium pace break. Does make a ball. Doesn't quite fall where he wants on that 1 ball, but at least he made a ball. So pretty easy safety here for him. He's got definitely an option as far as the safety. If he really wanted to be frisky, he could come off the 1, carry him the 5, but I don't think that's the play. All right. Yeah, going to go short rail to short rail. Would like to have got the cue ball in a little more behind that. Gonna leave an opportunity for Marshall with the comeback safety. Well, brother, I appreciate you supporting the commentary, and you know, sitting by the fire drinking hot cocoa might not be such a bad deal. But I appreciate you being on here, brother. How much we miss having you around, but we get it. Anyway, enjoy the cocoa and hang out for a while. This is going to be a good match. Really tough to go straight up and down the table here. You might actually try and just kick this down the table and get it down behind the nine. Leave the cue ball up there. Come off that rail. Now it does sneak past the eight ball. It's really tight, but it does sneek past the eight ball. Oh, yeah, immediately jumps up on that. Yep. Marshall hit a really good shot there. It came out a little longer than he was expecting. He hit a really good shot there. A lot of people don't see that kick to the safety when they look at the table. They just try to look at how they can spin that one ball. And he's going to make that. He's not going to have much of a shot on the two ball here, so he's going to be looking for how to get this safe. Run this around the 6-8 up the table and put the cue ball behind the 6-8, I would think. No, the other way. Yeah, I actually like going that a little more power and taking the cue ball around the table. Trying to drop the cue ball right in behind the 6-8. Going to get a straight run, one rail kick at this. Kind of kicking to nothing, but trying to kick it maybe to the thin side of the two, send the cue ball up the table. Now you can two different ways. You can play this with some pace. Again, trying to send the cue ball up the table off of the top side of the two ball. You could play it soft and try and just get solid on the two ball and run the cue ball in behind. There you go. Trying to run it in behind that 6-8 again. So leave the two ball. 6 and the 8 are tied up. Makes the run out tough for sure. This two ball will sneak past the 5. You have the 3 ball there. If you can get the 2, you can get the 2 to go without touching the 5 ball. You can actually use the 3 to get in and break the 6-8 out. The 5's hanging in the pocket. Really doesn't want to touch the 5 ball. He's going to bump the 5 like that. Not make the 2. We'll see how Marshall wants to negotiate this, because that 6-8 ball is going to be a problem when you get to it. Now, where the 5 is, you can actually make pretty easily make the 2 rail into the breakout. The risk of doing that is you miss the 6-8 completely, scratch it. Not sure which way he's going to go. Let's take a watch. See what kind of angle he's going to leave himself on this 3. See, with that 5 being kicked out a little further, making the breakout from here is kind of tough, because you're not guaranteed to be able to make that 5. It's still doable, and it looks like he has just enough angle to maybe run into it. I kind of just like playing it off with a 5 and being a 3 cushion player, getting to come in behind the 6-8 from below it as we look at it. Not a hard line to get to. again, everybody looks at these different. That's kind of the super cool thing about the game of pool and billiards and all of these. Really subjective to how you see it. So see what he decides to do. Well, this just takes a really good stroke. He can run up off the short rail, maybe with a touch of inside English. Get the thing to come down off of the long rail into the 6-8. I don't have the telestrator working. For some reason, I can't get it working right now. Otherwise, I'd start drawing lines all over the screen. That's why I'm not using it tonight. He was trying to force the, you know what, out of it. He's going to make the 5 as well, which is super unfortunate because now ball in hand. That is so unlucky for Marshall. So Hao Yang is going to get ball in hand here. Now he can do a couple of different things. He can just set up and shoot this thing right up into the top corner. Doesn't have to worry about where he leaves the cue ball. The 7's a hanging duck. Only thing he's worried about is how does he get shape on the 8. He almost missed that actually. On these tables, you can hang that ball pretty easily. Back down to the middle of the table. Gonna run it and be a little thinner than what he wanted, but not a problem. A little bit of right spin. As he overran it just a little bit more than what he wanted to. Yeah. Always going to be a problem there. So hard to hit that with a low pace. Make sure you make the 8 ball. But spot shot. I've seen him practice this a few thousand times during the days. Dead center pocket. Make sure that you don't scratch. Beautiful shot there, Hao Yang. Going to tie this up at 1-1. Hao Yang and Marshall McCloskey racing to 3. Skinny Bob. 9-ball Friday night tournament. Hao Yang just going to run to the restroom real quick. Break. Couple of matches still going on. Well, matches going on everywhere still. We got plenty of players left in this tournament. Like Holly beat Patrick Garza. Like he's putting his cues away. Well, while we're here, we're waiting for the match. Coming up soon, we got February 10th through the 16th. You're going to get Skinny Bob's Texas Open 10-ball championship. So this used to be the classic. Looks like Marshall's getting ready to break. We're going to jump back over there. Talk more about that in a minute. But yeah, we're going to have the 10-ball open here coming up in February. All the big names in town for that one. Sky Woodward, Shane Van Boning, Federer Gorst, Vitaly Patsura, and more. Check out the Skinny Bob's webpage or the Skinny Bob's Facebook page. That'll actually show you some of the confirmed big names. They haven't put the official players list out yet, but anyway, let's get back to the action here. We got Marshall with the break, 1-1, race to 3. Got a shot on the 1 ball. Does not go past the 5. I'm looking dead down that line. So he cut it into the side. Tough shot. 2 balls hanging, so that makes it a little easier. You're not necessarily worried about the cue ball other than make sure it doesn't scratch. I don't think you have to manipulate it much other than cue. He makes a good shot there. Gets a favorable little kiss. Going to come out in the open on the 2 ball. The 2 ball is sitting really deep. really deep on the corner pocket. Yeah. You can see how deep that cue ball's in there, but it does have enough angle to get out. Straight out. Boy, that skidded out on him like that. Gonna be brave and say it. You missed Bud Tour brackets. Yeah. I think once you get used to the digital pool and some of the aspects of it, you'll actually come to like it. The Bud Tour, I mean, the brackets are fine. They're simple and they work. All right, Marshall's trying to get a little bit safer than that. He's going to leave a pretty straight in shot on the three ball. There might be a touch of angle, but man, is that four tied up to the six. So there's definitely some things to think about here. Do you take this on and try to put a big thinking stroke on it, kind of like that? But he just played to perfection. And good Lord, man, did he get perfect. Easy return safe now. He would have liked to have hit that a little harder. Left a pretty easy kick back out of this. You can get either side of the four ball that you want, no matter where Marshall wants to put it. My man Aro missing the Bud Tour bracket. Where you at, Aro? You above all people. You are already comfortable with digital pools. I made you use it a lot when I was running tournaments down at Betsy's Billiards. So come on now. I know they look a little different on the phone and maybe a little different, a little harder to scroll through the bracket layout, but the functionality of it makes all the sense in the world to use. Marshall's got the jump cue out. He's actually looking to make this. He was trying to make it in that top corner. Gets a little lucky nudge. Now, four ball does go past the five here, so oh, he's going to overcut this. He's going to overcut it. He's going to leave it right in the window. Marshall gets to come back to the table, and boys, he got a great opportunity here. Both these guys have great strokes, and either one of them are totally capable of running out at any time. So making that miss, How Young just kind of shaking his head at himself a little bit. But even worse, getting a little unlucky with the rollout there and leaving the window open for Marshall. Now it's just a matter of which way does he want to go about it. You can just get a little stun shot here, play the five in the side pocket right where he's queuing out of. Five does not go past that seven. Yeah, played it the safer way, and now he's treetopped himself a little bit, so this is going to be tough. And he's at such an angle where running into this nine ball coming off the short rail is definitely an option. Ultimately, he'd like to come up between the six and the nine, but I think that might be asking a little much out of it. So I'm trying to get back north of the seven ball. Come up between the seven and the nine, a small window, but and doing it off the bridge that you've got set up on the vertical axis. So, boy, did he hit that. I didn't think he could get that much on it, get around the nine, but boy, did he hit that ball good. Well done, Marshall. Great shot. Ball's in really good shape on the sixth ball, so he should just be about tic-tac-toe here. Six in the corner, seven in the side, nine in the same corner as the six. Move on to the next rack. Sounds easy, doesn't it? Well, no, it's not quite that easy, though. I wasn't a big fan of the speed he chose there. And I know the 7 goes to all 6 pockets. You got to pick one. Should be all right though. Not a difficult shot here, and not even that difficult to make sure you don't scratch. Draw it right into this diamond straight across from it. Yep, perfect. Leave himself the 9 ball there. Good shot. Way to get yourself back online there. Again, if you have all 6 pockets available to you, and you've got a stroke like Marshall's, you can get away with that sort of stuff. So Marshall's going to take that one. He's going to go up 2-1. Put Marshall on the hill. Great shot on the 7 ball there, Marshall. Good stroke. So Hao Yang is racking. Going to be his break. He's currently down 2-1 in a race to 3. So Marshall's on the hill. Hao Yang needs 2 racks. See how he handles this break. Now he did make a ball on the break last time. He had to play the safety off the 1 ball. Let's see how he's really good at studying this. Goes with a soft break again, and he's going to end up with the same sort of situation on the 1 ball. Not getting enough. Maybe not solid enough on the 1 ball. Now it does go. It does cut all the way down the rail. It's a tough shot. But I'd imagine he's just going to look to put the 1 ball on the bottom rail here. He's pretty firm. He's trying to get in behind the 7, and boy, did he get in there good. Good shot. Snap. Or if we're going to be looking for the 1 rail kickoff this, he should be looking right about that between the side pocket, unless he's trying to come around. That's an interesting look. Can't quite tell if he has the right angle at it, but the 8 ball sort of stops coming in around that way and coming in behind the 1 ball. So I think he's got to look between the side pocket and the first diamond on the side pocket. A little bit of top and a little bit of right English on this. Just run right into it. They're pretty firm. Just went right around it there. Not quite firm enough to compress the rail. The scratch doesn't matter at that point because he'd already fouled. Ball in hand for Hao Yang. Great opportunity now for Hao Yang. 6:42 Fargo, certainly capable of running this out. No matter which way around does he want to go about it. Might just try and draw this up past the 9 ball to keep the 2 in the same corner, I would think. Might just slow roll this through and shoot the 2 in the side. A couple of options there. See which way he decides. He's going to shoot it in the other corner. I mean, the other side pocket. Excuse me. They should be able to just roll straight through this. Three ball. Again, great study of the game, great practicer. Go off 1 rail, some inside English. Draw this off of here, get back out to the center of the table. Ultimately like to cut the 6 ball in. He doesn't quite get Yeah, just kind of draw this back out to the middle of the table now. Doesn't want to risk running into the 8 ball by going forward. Good. He had enough, just enough angle to do a little force follow around that. Good shot. I didn't see that much angle in it. He's got just really good command of the cue ball. I've watched him practice in this joint for hours and hours and hours, setting up drills and drills and drills. All right, we're going to go hill hill. How Yang gets that one, rack number 4. So we're all knotted up at 2-2. One rack to separate them. Marshall does get the break here, so ultimately he'd be looking for a break and run. I've seen him do it several times just in the last 2 days, so certainly know he's capable of it. And yeah, let's see how he does. Just looking around the room. Plenty of matches going on all over the place. We do have a couple of open tables over there if anybody's looking to come out and play some pool. Both 3-cushion tables are open. Ruling over there. I want to play some 3-cushion. All right, so he does make the wing ball in the corner. Look out, 5 ball. All right, well, he got part of the break right. Made a ball. Got really unlucky with that roll. He controlled the cue ball nicely, kept it in the middle of the table. 5 ball just comes out and gets the darn way of that 1 ball. A pretty easy kick off of the top rail there. Sending the cue ball down the table. I think you could even get in behind. I don't like trying to go in behind the 1 ball because you risk scratching there. But I don't mind taking the kick shot and just coming off the thin side of the 1 and sending the cue ball down the table. Catch it just enough. The 1 ball should kick back out to the middle away from the 2 corner pockets. You might just opt for the looking at the kick now. He's just indicated he's gonna push out there. So I think if you're gonna push out, you got to make sure that you're not pushing out. Excuse me, not pushing out to a full open ball for Hao Yang. I mean, you can push out to a point where he sees the face of the 1 ball, but definitely do not give him the right side of it to make that. He's able to cut on a thin knife's edge. And, yeah, he's going to push out to the rail here. He's going to bounce too, so he's going to give him some free and clear stroke on this. So he can actually take this on if he wants. I mean, it's an important match at Hill Hill, of course, in these short races. So I don't know how he's feeling. He's looking to see where the cue ball will come out off of there. He'll be playing it with some right hand spin anyway. So the thing to worry about there, well, yes, he's looking at that line now. The 2 does not go past the 5 into the same corner. And what you don't want to do is you don't want to get yourself trapped in behind this 8 ball, and you certainly don't want to run between the 8 and the side and run it into the side. Let's see what he does here. What a shot. And makes the 8 at the same time. How good of a roll are you going to get? We're going to call that about 90% perfect. The angle on the 2 ball. Just got to make sure you don't get behind the 5 ball here, because that's the 4 ball up there. Up close to that top right corner as we look at it. perfectly out into the open there on the 4 ball. Yeah. Could be all over but the crying here. 4 ball, 5. He's got options here. He can just play this up a little bit, run the 5 in the side, fall on the 6 ball perfectly. Draw this. Yep. 5 into the top corner. He had the angle on it to do so. Now he can just sort of play this with a little bit of follow, get dead on the 6 ball. And ultimately, I'd like to get pretty steep on this 6 ball so he could run up and down the table. Uh-oh. Look out. Look out. All right, he's just fine. He was really close to overrunning that and getting stuck behind the 7 ball. Wow. Took a big swing at that. I'm really surprised. Gonna be okay though. Mark's gonna have to come with a good shot here to get safe. He could just separate. He could separate the two. Long rail, long rail. It sounds so darn easy, but speed control and angle is obviously very important. He could take the cut on. I don't like it, but can't quite tell how he's lining this up. I think he's just like safe. Okay. He went. Look out. Yep. So this is no easy shot. I mean, the 6 ball did bounce out just about far enough to make that a little more difficult. But if you make this, then getting back out onto that 7 ball should not be a huge issue. Yeah, it's going to run out perfectly. Come off the top rail there. Would like for it to come out a little more. We're going to probably have to run this down off the bottom rail and back out to shoot the 9 in the bottom right corner is what I would think. Could actually just draw off this 7 ball and try and shoot the 9 in the bottom left corner. Really good. Really good shot there, Hao Yang. All right, so Hao Yang's going to get it. 3-2. We're going to move on. Really good match from those two guys. There was a lot of good shots, some good rolls, some bad rolls. But in the end, again, both putting up an impressive match. And true to Hao Yang fashion, shakes your hand and then drops right back onto practicing shots. So there you go. That's Hao Yang Lu wins that one and moves on. Marshall's going to go over to the elimination bracket, so we'll see what that looks like here in just a second. Jump over here and take a look at table number 2. Daniel Perez shooting over here. Looks like he's playing Matt Wong. Looks like one of them is at 2. I think it's 2-1. Just misses that cue ball. Depends on where this cue ball falls. It's going to fall. I mean, no easy shot running this down the rail, and especially dead straight in. Man, it just if you can get that thing rolling true, you're already on the 3 ball, so you don't have to do a whole lot. Now, what he doesn't want to do, kind of hard to tell if it throws into that rail or not. Not quite sure. That being said, let's see how he handles this running straight down the rail. Hit it like a champ there, buddy. Great shot from Mr. Wong. The 3 ball, he just Got to make sure you get back out to the middle of the table. Clear of everything for the 4 in the top left corner. Oh, yeah. Gonna leave a pretty dead straightforward, everything wide open shot. Oh, Daniel, that's a surprise. Now the good news is for Daniel is he kind of 50-yard lined it for Matt. So he's got to come with a really good shot here to cut this in back into the side pocket. He's going to be playing it with some pretty straight top, I would think. Just looking at those lines now. Where does it come back? Where does it come out on the third rail? If you come out between the 7 and the 4, it's perfect. I think that's what he's seeing it right there. J.R. Loza and Justin Espinosa coming up on the stream table. All right, let's see how Matt handles. Oh, he overcut it. Probably a good thing too, because he would have been completely crooked on the 4 ball. Gonna leave a shot on here with the 3 ball on the side, but man, did that 4 ball get into a weird spot. Let's see if we can get some names up here. J.R. Loza playing Justin Espinosa. That's going to be your next stream table match. Wait for them to get it together here, and we'll get it on. So big mistake there from Daniel, trying to play the safe there and get the cue ball behind the 7, but man, he's left 4-9 on. Kind of want to hit this with a little pace to get them separated from each other once just in case you don't make it. Of course, you make this infinitely harder if you try to put any kind of spin on this cue ball to get safe. So. Gonna look at this. Gonna freeze it right to the bottom rail. Gonna leave Daniel a thin edge of the 4 ball. He can actually play it, go safe. By doing that, he's gonna sort of pinch the 4 ball, keep it down here. I don't think I like looking even remotely trying to make this kick shot for the 4-9 combo. Just like thinning the 4 ball, then the cue ball, 2 rails and up the table. This is one of those where the patience of just take what the table gives you and move on. Let's watch this. So right now, Justin Espinosa and J.R. Lowe's are getting ready on the stream table number 1. They're just lagging it up for the break. We'll watch this shot from Daniel. And we'll move the cameras over. It doesn't even get the... Oh, it does look like he actually got coverage on it with the 9 ball. Anyway, we're going to jump back over to the mainstream table, which is going to be Justin Espinosa, 731 Fargo, and J.R. Loza with a 441 Fargo. Probably the biggest disparity. one or two others that could have been a little bit bigger, but almost 300 points of Fargo difference here. So it'll be interesting to watch the two approaches to this match. JR is certainly capable. I've known JR for probably about 3 or 4 years now, and certainly capable of running a few balls. So let's go see what we got going on. Justin, let's see if he goes with a soft break this time, or if he's going to go with a little firmer break. He's been watching the last match on here, watching the break, watching those really intently. Hit it with a little pace. I like it. He's going to make a couple of balls. Got two balls down. He's got the one ball wide open. Good angle on it to get where you want on this two ball. Two ball goes to a couple of different pockets, so it's really just a matter of where he wants to get to. He was just looking to see if the two goes past the five, and I don't think it does. It's going to be, if it does, it's really unnecessarily tight. Yeah, just look to get somewhere right there, and you can just make the two in the side. If you over-roll that a little bit, you've always got the two in the corner past the stick that goes cleanly past that. Three balls out wide open in the table. Four ball does look like it goes. Take a look for yourself there. Yeah, he's gonna play it in this other side pocket. I like it. Good shot. If the four ball doesn't go cleanly past the five, then the safety is definitely there. Excuse me for a second. I apologize. Play the three in the top corner. I'm going to double check this four ball. See where he wants to get to. Holler at me in the chat. Thanks everybody for hanging out with us. It is Skinny Bob's Billiards Friday night 9-ball tournament. It's a race to three. Well, we're going to find out now if that four ball goes past the five or not. It's kind of hard to tell from even the overhead. Really hard to tell if it goes past it. Super tight. See what Justin's got figured out. I mean, looks like he's lining up to make it, so it must go. Just comes out nice and easy. Gives himself a good little angle on the five ball. A little bit of draw, a little bit of left English. Bring it back up into the middle of the table for the six into the other corner. Should be pretty straightforward here. Goes for the two rail option. He's going to short it a little bit. Get the side eye glance out of Justin on that one. He thought he hit it a little firmer. But do me a favor, folks, if you're out there watching, one, check in with me on the chat. Let me know where you're watching from. I'd love to give you a shout out. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. The Friday night 9-ball tournament here at Skinny Bob's. Also, make sure that you like the YouTube page and subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything. Makes a big difference to us with the algorithm. Helps us move toward keeping this stream free for you for these tournaments and even the bigger ones coming up. So we are going to be doing the free live stream again for the Texas Open 10-ball coming up February 10th through 16th. All right. Justin is going to get a little weird on this. All right, gets a little nudge, makes this shot on the side a little more doable. It is tough because it's slightly off angle cut. Those two balls being that close together, they're figuring that English out, how it's going to throw the 9-ball. Really kind of key here. Certainly give great odds to make this shot. center of the pocket. Makes it look pretty easy. All right, so that's going to be 1-0 to Justin Espinosa. And it is a race to 3. Watching from Kansas City, Mute K08. Well, thanks for hanging out with us tonight, watching some of the action here from Skinny Bob's Billiards. Hopefully, you're able to hang out with us every Friday night. Now I'll be doing live streaming. We will have commentary on Friday nights. You have to put up with my voice. I am Michael Heaps. If you don't know me, if you're from out of the area, I'm a local player here. Used to run a bunch of tournaments at another pool hall in town called Betsy's Billiards, and make the majority of my play out of Skinny Bob's Billiards now, and truly blessed to be hanging out and being able to do the stream with you guys. So every Friday night now we will be doing a live stream. All right, so JR gets the break there. Doesn't look like he made anything on the break. Justin's immediately out of his chair. 1 ball wide open. 2 balls in a little weird spot with the 8 ball covering it, but if you just get somewhere back to the middle of the table, he should be okay. Of course, the fear is Clint coming in from CT, I'm assuming, is Connecticut. Spencer and Erica, Berkeley, California, my neck of the woods. I lived out there for a long, long time. All right, so there's Justin, just trying to get back out to the middle of the table. Yep, leave himself a nice look on this 2 ball. A couple of tough shots. You know, as you keep making each one of those tough shots, you get slightly closer into shape. You start getting a little easier. Spencer and Erica in Berkeley. Man, I was just out there over Christmas. Got to play some over at Jimmy's Billiards in Milpitas. I was there playing 3-cushion and some 3-cushion tournaments. Had a great time. I would play there and California Billiards over there in Fremont whenever I'm in town. Shout out to you guys out there in Berkeley. All right, Justin down on the 2 ball now. That was a tough shot because he was trying to go 3 rails around to get back on the 2 ball. Now he's gotten a really good roll here because he's locked the 2 and the 3 ball up. Not quite wired into that top corner, but if you know anything about friction throw, you might be able to make that 3. You see where JR plays that like full ball. I think he could have actually gotten some friction throw out of that. And go back and take a look at this real quick. I want to jumped away from me already. All right, Justin down on this 2 ball. Easy, tough cut. Just nice smooth stroke here. Don't want to risk scratching this other side. Yeah, hit it so good there. What a great shot from Justin. Just watch the thing just drift between the 5 and the 8 ball. It's so pretty. Yeah, just really pretty. Great cue ball control there. Back over here and all right, down on the 3 ball now. He's just going to try and drift this out. Nice little back cut on the 3 ball. Good cue ball control. Looks like he's got a pretty good angle there. He can just drift down below the 8 ball, shoot the 5 into the opposite side. Spencer says he's here to watch Ryan Nelson. I know Ryan. I did see him earlier. I didn't get a chance to talk to him. It looks like he might be playing over. Looks like he might be playing over on table 8 right now. You can check out in the bracket where he stands. But I'll definitely let him know that you're watching, Ryan Spencer. We do appreciate you guys hanging out with us tonight here for Skinny Bob's 9-ball tournament on Friday night. Make sure that you take the time, hit a little like and subscribe. Maybe share this out with your peeps on your socials. All right, interesting. Justin decided to draw that thing in below the 8-ball, but one thing you've got to watch here is don't run into the 8-ball, right? You can glance off of it, be okay, but if you run solid into this 8-ball, you're not going to get much of a shot on the 6. That's what he's perplexed over now. Trying to see if he just gets a little force follow on this. Run up and get shape on the 6 ball. He sees it. He knows it runs right into the 8-ball. If you try and throw any outside English on this, any left English, if anybody can figure it out, it's this guy. He's throwing it with, look at that cueing. He's just cueing with a little inside there. Makes this shot really tough easy to miss. Man, did he hit it good. He did just nudge the 8-ball there, and maybe that affected the speed. So now he's got to work his way back into shape here. Take what the table gives you. Don't have to overdo this. Just going to look to see what that long shot on the 7 looks like. Again, guys, with this kind of jacking up like he's going to try and draw it back. Oh, yeah, missed that shot. Takes a little wild swing at that one. I get it. He was trying to come back down the table a little bit off the draw, but he's going to challenge JR here to just get out, right? 4 balls left on the table. Put a good stroke on this one. JR is going to probably, knowing JR, probably going to slow roll this one to try and hold for the 7-ball. He was hitting it pretty pacey. Kind of hard to tell from this look if it goes in. Yeah, it goes in the side pocket. Awkward cueing off the rail, but it does go in the side pocket. And of course, that will get the cue ball running up and down the table on a pretty natural line. You make it with a little bit of top right, you're going to come down top left. You're going to come down the other side of the 7. He's got choices. Going to just short that a little bit. Hits it thin. You see with the speed, he was coming back down for the 7-ball, which he got perfectly on. Really good opportunity for JR here now. Again, nothing easy about it. I mean, the shot is not difficult. Getting shape on the 7 is the hard part. One where you're not going to draw it back down here, but you certainly can roll forward through it. As far as shape goes, he was in the right zip code. He's going to get really unlucky here and leave Justin on the 6. Doesn't have to do much with this. He can just sort of roll it in with some inside English and make a thin cut on the 7. That's what he's going to look at right there by the second diamond. Yep, perfect. Certainly expect them to make this one. Just about cue ball control, speed control here. The 8 goes into all 6 pockets, so dealer's choice. Trying to look to see. Oh, yep. And he played a really good stroke on that. All right, a little forced punchy shot. He opted to draw it off the rail. Good shot. And he had options which way he goes there, so I like watching the different interpretations from players at different levels. So good shot from Justin there. He's going to go up 2-0 in this race to 3. Puts him on the hill again and breaking for the match. The audio sound good for you guys? I'm not breaking up or anything. I know I had a little issue last week with the noise gate. I'm trying to block out some of the music in the background, and unfortunately ended up clipping my own voice a little bit. So hopefully I'm coming through nice and clear and not bouncing all over the place on you guys tonight. All right, so Justin gets the break there, makes a couple of balls on the break. Look at this 9 ball, going to dress right up in line. Hooking him on the 1 ball. Yeah, he's just looking at a spot to push out too. Yep. He indicates JR is going to push out. He's going to roll up just past it. He's going to challenge JR. Now, nothing really difficult about this return for JR. Just a matter of which way you want to look at it. Me personally, I'm going to just one rail the 1 ball back into the center of the top rail and send the cue ball down here. You might even get a little lucky and get down by the 2-6. Hit it really firm. He went for the bank. JR, if you were going for the bank, that's a great shot, my friend. Would have been nice to have got a little further out on the table. Super thin cut on this 2 ball. Good news is the 8 ball is covering that middle pocket. You don't really have to worry about the scratch there. Hit it good. Straight back and forth. Going to go back and forth a couple of times. Lands them perfect on this 4 ball. Really like that position. Come off of this, go 2 rails with some left English. Come right down the line towards the 6 ball. Don't even have to stroke it really hard. Just nice, smooth through the ball. Need a little more left on it. He's okay. Think about where you want to get on this 7 ball, JR. You don't want to have to work too hard on the cue ball. Shooting off the rail. It's easy to overcook that. Oh, goodness. So, looks like it probably goes past the 9. I mean, it's tight, but it will go past it. So, see what Justin does with this one. Yeah, what good cue ball control there. A little drag stroke just stuns it. Now, the 8 does go into that side pocket. It's just, he's just a little off the wrong side of this 7, but I don't think it's an issue because you can get basically anywhere south of the side pocket, this half of the table. You make the cut, the cue ball across the table for the 9. Just make this one. Good stroke. Really nice, JR. It just naturally comes out across the table. And pay attention here because you don't want to be careless with this. But he's a 730 Fargo for a reason. Excuse me, 731 Fargo for a reason. Ladies and gentlemen, Justin Espinosa wins that one 3-0 against J.R. Loza. Moves on. Check the bracket here in just a second, but let's get you to see if we can get you switched over to table 2. big view of the room. And if we move a little further down into the tournament, we got a couple of open tables right now while we're waiting for other matches. But over there on table 5 in the background is Jude. Jude Rosenstock, local player. I'm not sure who it is he's playing over there. And Rodney Jones on this table. Him and his opponent. Can't remember this young man's name. I apologize. Get that magic rack out of the way. Again, thanks everybody hanging out watching the stream tonight. Skinny Bob's Billiards here in Round Rock, Texas. Home of the Texas Open 9-ball championship. And now we're going with the 10-ball Texas Open 10-ball championships in February. So we used to call that the Skinny Bob's Classic. But now with some new, some new added monies, we're going to go ahead and brand it the Texas Open 10-ball championship. So as opposed to the 9-ball, big 9-ball championships won by Shane Van Boning last year in September. That one's still going to be around every year. That thing's 52 years old and going strong. Oldest continuously running 9-ball tournament in the country. So we do get a lot of big turnout, a lot of big names out for that, and also returning for the 10-ball. So we're going to be doing 10-ball. We're also doing one pocket that week, which is real exciting. And I am super, super excited about being able to do commentary for that. It's going to be February 10th through 16th. We got a little over $20,000 added to the event. You can see right there on the flyer. Flyers available to you at the Skinny Bob's website, skinnybobs.com. Also on Skinny Bob Facebook page. Check out the socials. Get all the information there. Yeah, really looking forward to it. A lot of big names confirmed for the 10-ball open and for the one pocket especially. The open ring game, that's going to be a lot of fun. The 10-ball mini, get a lot of, that's going to be a big, I think it's already filled up, but we're going to continue to take names on the alternates list. Lots of players come from all over the place, mainly the 10-ball open and the one pocket. $10,000 added to each one of those events, so brings out the big guns. Names like Shane Van Boning, Better Gorst, Vitaly Petsura, and John Mora, Tony Chohan. Hope you're doing well, Tony. I know you've been fighting off some medical issues, and we are super excited that you're coming. Looking forward to having you out. Can't wait to get to watch you play One Pocket live in person again. Always a pleasure. Always my pleasure to watch that. I'm a big, big fan of One Pocket, so always enjoy to watch players of your caliber. Anyway, hope you're doing well, Tony. Looking forward to seeing you here in just a little less than a month now. And all right, so we're moving back over to the main table. Just get my cameras reset up here. Looks like David Newman. Sorry, I lost my place on the bracket there, but we got players. So this is going to be an elimination bracket match. David Newman and Loreto Martinez. Let me get these names up on the screen for you so you know who we're dealing with. Now, I don't know. Get this one up here. David Newman, I know. He plays here all the time. Good friend. And then Loreto Martinez. No Fargo rating in there for Loreto, so let's see how he does. But again, we're on the elimination bracket. Martinez. So anybody out there watching, if you happen to know Loretto, then holler at me and let me know. Newman taking the jump on the two ball. He's going to hang the two in the pocket there, but he does have complete coverage on it from the 6 and the 4. And it's in such a spot that he can't make the two, but he can come in from behind it and kick it out of the pocket. He was trying to swerve into that. He was trying to masse that ball and just got a little carried away with it. I think David Newman back to the table. Again, this is the race to 3 in the elimination bracket. So win or go home, or at least win and go find action elsewhere. Come off this ball. Look out now. That cue ball takes off on you coming off that third rail. He's just fine there, though. Newman's got a great stroke to him. Obviously, 628 Fargo. Shows you right there on the screen. Just pinched it a little. Pinched it a little. He's going to give Loretto a chance here. Just didn't figure on it quite good there, but he's okay. He's got a shot on this 5 going into the bottom left corner as we look at it. Roll it in. You don't have to. Yeah, he's going to overcut that. Hit it with a really good speed. Got dead on the 6th ball, but the forgot the first order of business there was to make sure that you make the 5. Little pinch draw this ball into the 6th. Yep. Pretty good shape there. He's just going to run. He could draw it off this left rail. He's just got the right line to do it. Keep the 9 into the other corner. Just like that. Perfect. Dead straight. Going to put David Newman up. Knock this down real quick. There you go. 1-0 David Newman. Race to 3. Loretto gets the next break, it looks like. All right. Well, I don't know any. Again, don't know anything about Loretto. I think this is maybe the first, maybe the second time I've seen it. But Loretto gets the break. This is rack number 2. Again, elimination side match. Looking around the room, we got another big match going on over on table 3. Daniel Perez and Hao Yang Lu battling out over there. While we're waiting, I can actually take a peek at the bracket. See what else we got going on around the room. So yeah, Rodney and J.R. Loza just getting kicked off over there on table 5. All right, here we go. Loretto to break. Rack number 2. Big fire off at it. He's going to make a ball on the break. Looks like he might even make the 2 ball there. He can just see a thin edge of this 1 ball. He can actually take this on. He's going to naturally come back down towards this 4 ball. He fires that ball in. Good Lord, did he hit that ball with some authority. And gets a favorable roll. This 4 does go past the 5. Just roll it in. You don't have to hit it firm. Nice shot. That magic rack out of the way and just pay attention here. If you get this cue ball right back up to where it's at now, you are about perfect. Yeah. Now the 7 ball is just a little bit south of this side pocket, so he's going to try and draw. And this is a dangerous shot. He's going to try and draw it down past the 7. So he ends up stunning it dead right where it's at. He wasn't going to be happy with that shape anyway because that 7's not makeable from there. But Newman just looks at that cut into the top right corner. Just nice smooth stroke. Look out, 9 ball. Look out, 9 ball. Jump cue coming out almost instantly. Just turned. Cue ball hadn't even stopped rolling. He knew it was going to be there, so he just immediately goes, grabs the jump cue. Newman's a pretty prolific jumper. He's got that beautiful predator jump cue there. Some of this new technology, like my Q Tech, the predator jump cue, the just nice shot. I mean, you're just shooting them like they're a normal shot. You can put draw on them. You can put right. You can put left on them. Just put a good stroke, which Newman did. So this is pretty good right here. Yep. A little punchy stroke there. Now just make the 9, knock it down. David Newman's going to go up 2-0. Again, race to 3. So Mr. Newman on the hill and breaking for the match. This is the elimination bracket side, round number 5. Currently waiting for this match is Ryan Nelson. Won his last match, and we got a couple of other matches going on. They're a little behind on the other half of this bracket, so there's people sitting around waiting all over the place right now. We got GW waiting on the winner of Jesse Gonzalez and Isaac Chardo. Chuck Alley waiting for the winner of that match. They've both got a little ways to go. It is 11:22 at night. David Newman breaks solid smack of that cue ball. Can't quite tell if he is. Let's take a look here. Might be able to see just enough of this 1 ball to make it. Just could see enough. Oh, he almost. It just hangs on him. He couldn't hit it with enough pace to get it to fall. All right, Loretto gets a chance here. 1 ball hanging in the pocket. It is super deep in the hole, so it's just take what the table gives you. Roll this in, right? And he's trying to do way too much with that cue ball, I think. Gonna leave the cue ball wide open for Mr. Newman. He just has to figure out how to get the cue ball back out of there. I don't think he has enough angle to get it off the railing out, but I could be wrong. There is a way to go 3 rails around, but yeah, plenty there. Weird little angle looking at it. I'm actually watching. I mean, I can see the table from where I sit, but I'm actually just sort of kick back watching it on the monitor. So I'm seeing exactly what you're seeing as far as angles and everything goes. A little hard to figure that sometimes. Good stroke from Newman there. So he's on the 5 ball. On the 4 ball now. Little weird angle about getting back. He can just draw it straight up the table, I think. And just decided not to try and do too much. little thin cut on this 5. Just play it with a slow enough touch. You still have that 6 on the side. Oh, he just overcut it. Just overcuts it. They're going to give Loretto another shot at this rack here. Good shot. I think he has enough angle to make this and just bounce the cue ball straight out. Good shot. Get out a little further. Get out a little further. He just hit that ball. Underperforming on that one. Yep. Now he's looking at the combo. Kind of like the idea of finding a good safe here, but 2 balls. Oh, and he fires it in. Fires it in. How do you like me now, he says. Fires that in. Take a look at this shot again. Man, he just snapped that 9 ball right off in the corner there. Away you go, he says. Loretto takes that down. It's going to be 2-1. And Loretto gets to break now. All right. Rack number 4. Race to 3. Loretto breaking. Looking to stay in this match. It is a race to 3, so David Newman is on the hill. Ryan Nelson Fan Club. Sean and Spencer. Well, you never know. We might get a vision of Ryan on the stream table. He is currently waiting for a match. Wow, he hit that ball hard, and it's going to go. So he just makes that. No. Loretto's playing with a house cue here. So, it looks like a house cue. He's looking for that. He's going to make the 3 ball. All right, well, I don't think he can see enough of this 2 ball to do anything with. Can he? He's going to fire at it, though. Send it around at the 9 ball. Yeah, that's a little tough position there. I don't think it goes past. He's going to try and just nudge this and make the 9 at the same time. Make sure you get the 2 first. Pretty straightforward. That's going to do it. Good shot from Mr. Newman. Well done, sir. Of course, Newman being very regular in the house. We do know him. We're going to get see what we got going on. I'm not sure who the next one up is. Newman's just going to hit a couple of balls, kind of stay loose. See what match that's going to bring us. I'll be right back. All right, here we go, folks. We got the next match up on the stream table. We're going to get. This is going to be a really good match. I'm looking forward to this match. This is going to be Jaden Dupree. Find Jaden's name on my list here. Where did. See if I can find Jaden's name on here. Anyway, it's going to be Justin Espinosa versus Jaden Dupree. Give me 1 second here. Guys, looks like just waiting for Justin to get back to the table. Here he comes. All right. So we got Jaden Dupree to break. All right, here we go. Rack number 1. This is a race to 3. Goes with kind of a medium pace, soft-ish break. See this cue ball just going to get right in the way there. It looks like you might have a look at the 1 ball still. Get that magic rack out of the way. He's just going to check it out there. Let's get back over the. All right, so he takes a big swing at it. Going to get relatively safe. We got him pretty far apart there. Justin's just going to be looking for the return safety here now. Justin is taking a good hard look at this. Just how do you want to go about it, right? Because there's nothing easy about this safety. There's a big wall to get back behind here, so just gonna. He's not gonna be happy with that. He's gonna leave it dead over the. He's got options now. He can just shoot this in the side pocket. Shooting in the side, it runs into the 2 ball, so I don't know if he wants to do that. He might. Because I think he might actually be able to run just enough in the 2 ball to shove it straight down the table. Jaden's a really good stroke, too. This is a good match. 731 Fargo to a 643 Fargo. They both know these tables really well. Both very local players here. And hang out, Sean and Spencer and Erica there. You might get your wish and get Ryan up on the stream table after this match. So we'll see. Looks like he's shooting it in the side. Yeah. What a great shot there. A little punch draw, straight across the table. Gets on the 2 ball. Now the angle here is a little weird because he's going to have to go up and down the table, I think. Unless he just want, I don't know if he wants to draw it straight back. See what he's got here. He was looking for more action out of it than that. So any of you that don't know Jaden Dupree, local young phenom, good friend of mine. I play a lot of 3 cushion with him, but He's kind of YouTube famous. He's got his own Dupree trick shots on YouTube. I think he started doing that when he was very young. I don't remember if it was 12 years old or 14 years old when they started the YouTube. He's 21 now. Ridiculously good player. But yeah, go back and watch some of those cool videos of him doing trick shots on YouTube when he was 14, 15, 16 years old. Very impressive. Not sure what he was going for there. I think he was trying to get on the other side of the 7 and 9, of course, but a lot going on with this shot now. I mean, Justin's going to look to where he can get. Can he get enough angle on the cue here to stop the cue ball right behind the 7-9, or does he take this in the side pocket? Tough shot off the rail. Yeah, he was just going to opt to the safe. Smart shot. All right, so here we go. And if you didn't hear me earlier, me and Jaden play a lot of three cushion together. He hit that ridiculously good. I think there's a question about. Let me just go back here and see what it is they're talking about. Let's see what they're questioning here. This was the safety. I'm looking now, Jaden. There's a question about. Jaden. All right. So he actually hit the 7 ball with his cue. And with it being a cue ball fouls only that we play here, the option was to put the 7 ball back. Justin gets the shot on the 3 ball now. Which where that 7 ball's at, obviously it only goes into 2 pockets from there. What a stroke from Justin Espinoza. Ladies and gentlemen, that's probably going to be. Thanks for that, Spencer. Appreciate that. Appreciate you checking in. Let me know that the audio is working out great. What a stroke from Justin there. That was really impressive. The 6 ball just straight up the table, shoot 7 in the opposite corner. Pretty much tic-tac-toe at this point. What a great shot. That stroke from Justin. I'm going to replay that here in just a second. That was ridiculously good. He'll leave himself a little bit flat on the 9 ball, but I certainly expect him to make this. Yep. No problem there. Nice out. That that stroke. That stroke he put on that 3 ball was ridiculous. Ridiculous. I'm re- yeah, I want you to watch this stroke. I'll get back to the break here in a second. But watch the stroke he puts on this three ball. This is, I'm going to call this the stroke of the night. Just, I mean, that thing, that's just as pure a stroke as it gets right there, folks. We're going to get, all right, so here we go. Justin Espinoza gets that rack. Let me update the scores here. 1-0, Justin. Breaking. Rack number 2. Goes with the soft break again. That one ball is just going to drift up to that top rail. So maybe just a little firmer than he wanted, but got more people in the chat checking in out from California there. The Ryan Nelson fan club. Well, I think you might get your wish, and we might just get a Ryan Nelson sighting on the stream. I might have had a little nudge, nudge, wink, wink with the tournament director for you. Glad to have you guys in watching from California and from around. All right, nice little nudge there from Jaden. Gets the contact. Unfortunately, going to leave a shot on the one ball for Justin. So, Mr. Reuter Plumbing Bay Area. Where at in the Sierra Nevada mountains are you? Some of my favorites up there. Hang out in North Star Village a lot. All right, one ball down. Only trouble here now is the 4 and the 7 tied up. So just going to want to get himself a little angle here. Going to have to do it off of the 3 ball. So if he tries to get super thin on this, can he get to it from there? I lived out there in the Bay Area for 27 years before making the very smart decision to move here to Austin, Texas, about 7 years ago now. I don't regret it one bit. I get to come out every now and then and hang out in California, so I get the best of both worlds. I have a lot of family and friends still out in the Bay Area there in California. So what a great stroke. Didn't see him going short side on the 4 ball, but man, did he hit that good. Great, great touch. It's probably like a little more angle, but I don't think he's going to be very disappointed. Justin's obviously a very ridiculously good shooter at a 731 Fargo. He'll certainly figure this one out. Just looking at it, because I think if he makes this, he's going to be running up really close to the 5 ball. Trying to look to see if he can force himself to get up there. Yeah. This little punch draw, send it right up the table. Just get north of the side pocket is all he's looking for. Just about like. How did you hit it there, my friend? I get to watch some ridiculous play like that out of so many good players in this pool hall. Well, just in Central Texas in general, we have a ridiculous contingent of high-level pool and billiards players here in Central Texas. Well, let's just say Texas. I mean, I know it's a big state, a lot of people. Justin strokes that in, no questions asked. Take a little walk around the table, check out the angle he's got on the 7 ball. Really smart, and a lot of players, including myself, you can take a lesson from that. Justin does. He looks like he shoots fast when he gets down on it, and he's going and he's moving around. And you watch him; he'll stop and he'll take that time. You would normally just look at this, go, "Oh, it's a 7 ball, just run through it." takes a look at it from the other angle. His discipline to that is actually quite impressive. To go around the 2 rails, come dead on line to the 8 ball. Got to put a stroke on this one. I think we've seen that he's got a stroke on him, so. What a great touch. Great shot. Snap. Justin Espinosa will take a 2-0 lead in this race to 3. There you go. Super impressed. A couple of really good strokes there. I mean, that his cue ball control is on point. All right, Jaden Dupree. Rack into break. Rack number 3 to stay in the match here. So this is a winner side match. Now, the winner of this is going to go on to play Hao Yang Lu for the hot seat. So Jaden Dupree to break. Nice soft break there. Going to get a little glance. If that 3 ball gets out of the way of this corner pocket, this is going to be a really good opportunity for Jaden. Certainly capable of getting out here, and everything is wide open, no clusters. A really good opportunity for Jaden to get back into this match. Take a look at it from the top here. This is really good. Just make sure of your angles. He is definitely disciplined enough for this. So let's check it out. Going to slide a little bit on this. He's okay though. He's going to just draw off this short rail. Come back out to the middle of the table to get an angle on the 3 ball. Gone the long way about it now. So got a decision to make. He can go off this 3. He's just on the outside of it, so he's back cutting it a little bit. This is a really funny how this comes in 3 cushion a lot. He's going to go top right on this. It's going to go 2 rails and come back around to just about where he's at. Don't overspin it, Justin. Jaden, excuse me. How good is that, sir? It's a very disciplined shot. I say that it's funny because that shot actually comes up a lot in 3 cushion. And me and Jaden do play a lot of that. Draw it straight back up there. Shoot the 5 in the same corner. He didn't want to be on the rail here, but he's okay. He's got a little angle. He can just run this off the long rail to the right. Should be dead on the 6 ball. Don't rush into it. Okay. So he's trying to make sure not to get any skid or anything out of that 5 ball shooting it off the rail like that. So I get it. He's just left himself a really tough, really tough on this 6 ball now. I mean, he can spin it. I think spinning it, you risk running into the 7 ball. Try and cut it with inside, or is he going to play the safe? Let's see what he does here. Oh my goodness. How good. How good. One more good shot. Get you right on the 9 ball. Just make sure of it. Yeah, what a great stroke. What a great out from Jaden Dupree. Nice break and run. Jaden Dupree, strong like bull. All right, so Justin Espinoza is going to break for the match here. He's on the hill, 2-1. And again, the winner of this will go on to play the hot seat match against Hao Yang Lu just a little bit later this evening. We do still have some elimination bracket matches going on. Again, those Ryan Nelson fans out there, Spencer and Erica and Sean and Mr. Rooter Plumbing Bay Area. Hang on, because you're going to get to see your man play right here. Skinny Bob's Billiards live stream Friday night 9-ball tournament. We're having a good time tonight. All right, Justin Espinoza fires one off, gets the break, makes a couple of balls on the break. He's got the same opportunity that Jaden has now. Wide open table. Just a little manipulation to get like 1 ball to the 2-ball. Just takes a good shot here. There's some traffic to navigate to get from the 1 back down to the 2. Again, I don't doubt Justin's ability to do it. We've seen how good his stroke is. He's looking to see which way he wants to go. Now, he can go a couple of different ways. He can come up off this short rail, come down the table, either side of the 6-ball, really. Watch this perfection. Watch this perfection. Stroke for days, folks. Good to hear, Sean. Looking forward to the match. I might have had a little nudge, nudge, wink, wink with the tournament director to make that happen for you guys. Just happy to have you guys on the channel. Do me a favor, you guys drop a quick like and subscribe on the page. You'll only get a couple of notifications when I'm on here and when there's big tournaments. And of course, we're always happy to have you here on Skinny Bob's TV. Yeah, what a good stroke. Now he's going to have to go up and down the table here, right? The 3 to the 4, but he's got the right line. Just wants to make sure where he hits this top rail, because that's going to really dictate. He might even just draw this off this rail. Let's see. He was going for the draw. What a stroke. Not done yet. He just shakes his head a little bit. Not done yet. He might actually try and play this rail first. I'm Yeah, so that's a good shot there. Now he gives himself the right line on this 6-ball. He can just go up. I think he'll go the 2-rail option where he just sort of spins this a little bit, goes short rail, long rail, comes back on the line of the 8-ball. He could just draw it straight out to the middle of the table. He's got options. He's going the 2-rail option. Just look at the way he's cueing it. Yep, that's what he's looking at. See what line he comes on, down on the 8-ball line. A lot of teachers teach that, playing your shapes. Try coming into the line, not crossing the line of the next ball. That would be the right shot. If he was drawing to the middle of the table, you'd be crossing that line, right? So now we're going to go round the horn. Okay. So he catches it a little thick. That's why he doesn't get to the second rail. He catches that a little bit thinner. It doesn't rattle. I mean, it went in, so he's okay. And he's got shape on the 8-ball. But if you notice when that ball went in, it was rattling. He caught it a little bit thick. Doesn't send the cue ball into the second diamond on the rail where he's at right now. So he's just going to take his time and appreciate you guys. And My pleasure if we can make that happen for you guys. Glad you're enjoying the commentary. I try to have a little fun with it. I'm a mediocre pool player at best, but I have a pretty good understanding of the game. And I'm blessed I get to play with a lot of great players. So Justin's just waiting for GW shooting on the table next to us. It's a real important shot here, so he just wants to make sure that he's not getting distracted by another player sort of in that vicinity. All right, back at it now. Just going to bear down on this one. You know, I take these shots for granted sometimes. Justin's not doing that, though. You know, just don't pull the trigger till you're ready, right? So he's tried a couple of different bridges. Hit it like a champ. Good as it gets right there. If you like perfect, yeah, Jaden, respectfully, just going to give him that one. What a great match. Great shooting from both guys. I mean, Jaden didn't get a whole lot of opportunities there, but when Justin had the chance, man, that was some good strokes. What? Really impressive. All right, well, let's get this. The stage is now set. Fans in the house. Ryan Nelson coming to the table. This is gonna be a great match, by the way. I love these two guys. I get to play pool with them. Ryan Nelson is a 601 Fargo, and Mr. David Newman 628. Now Ryan doesn't play up here as often. We see him from time to time in tournaments, and he'll show up for the Friday nights every now and then. Always happy to see Ryan. He played in a lot of my tournaments when I was running him at the other place down south, down at Betsy's Billiards. I think this might be a little bit more of a drive for him up here, but obviously love seeing him come out. So here we go. Ryan and David Newman race to three. This is an elimination bracket one, so winner stay in, loser go home, or at least go play on another table. So enjoy. This is going to be a really good battle. These are two really well ranked players, quite evenly matched. And it's funny, they actually have slightly different approaches to the game. So let's take a look. Good luck to both players. I think Ryan knows he's got a bunch of support on here watching, so we're glad to have you guys. I like Ryan's break. He has that really firm, punchy break. Makes the one ball in the side. Now, fortunate roll out there. I didn't look at the pattern of the balls in the rack. I guess I could go back and look at it. But the two and the three dress up. I mean, they got lucky the three got deep in the pocket there, so it makes this combo a little more easier. If you can get to this 2-3 combo, leaving the two in the pocket, and he's got a great opportunity to get out in this first rack. So he hits it a little firm. Again, it's part of the problem when you're playing that little cut into the combo in the corners. That two ball comes bouncing out. He can take on the bank if he wants, or he can play the safe. He's got options for both. The safe is the easy way to go, and I wouldn't blame anybody for doing that. He went for the bank. Nice shot, Ryan. Would have liked a little more pace to get that cue ball up there behind the four to shoot it down the table. So got some work to do. Sean says, "Let's go, Ryan. Fire." Oh my gosh, what a good stroke there, Ryan Nelson, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't like it then, man, what a good shot. Five ball. Oh, he just slightly overcuts it. Little unfortunate there from Ryan. Easily done some days, but you know what? Still some work to be done here for David Newman. Newman goes with a pretty big stroke there. Little stop shot here. Should give him a right angle on the. Yeah, he just greased that corner going in. Gonna bounce this off the rail a little bit to get an angle on the 8 ball. Now, funnily enough, this he might have to go. He might have to cross the whole table here to shoot the 9 in the same corner. Not a difficult shot. It doesn't take a big stroke. Yeah, good shot there from David Newman. Gonna leave it right on the rail. That's gonna make it tough. These are some of the most hated shots. Yeah, hit it really good. David Newman's going to take the first rack here. And respect to both players. These are both really strong. David Newman going to get the break in the second rack. I'm going to jump off here for a quick second. I'll be right back. Hang out and watch, though. All right, had to step away there for a quick second. All right, Ryan back at the table. I didn't see what happened on the break there, but Ryan at the table. Good opportunity here. Got some navigation to do though. That 4, 5, 7 cluster doable. And the 6 and the 9 are kind of awkward. This is a really just touch shot here. Just wants to slow roll this thing in, I think. Yeah, he was going after it, trying to hold for that 4 ball. Gonna get real lucky though. He's gonna leave the 8 ball is gonna block that path. So 3-8 combo is on. If David chooses to take it on. Yeah, David's a very good combo shooter. Oh, he's gonna hang the 3 ball. Now, funnily enough, that 3 is ridiculously deep in the corner pocket. That just makes this position and the 4 being tied up behind the 5-7. I mean, this is just such a tough shot. If you play pool, you understand. If you don't play pool, you'll never understand. But that ball that deep in the pocket, full length of the table. These are 9-foot diamonds. Let's see what Ryan's got for this. Big stroke. Yeah, he wasn't gonna. He was trying everything he could on that one. It's a just tough shot. Now he's in a real pickle. The he's trying to play. I mean, just got to hit this with just a bunch of stun. Draw it into the side rail so it doesn't go into the corner. Hopefully, get the 4 out of there without. Really good shot. Look at this. Look at this now. Look at this now. Oh, so unlucky he hit that good. So unlucky there that it just hangs. I thought it was going in the whole time. Trying to see. The 6 goes past the 9. The 5 goes past the 7. So should be able to just draw straight across, shoot the 6 in the same corner. He wasn't looking to bump that. Yeah. He's made this tough on himself now. He could play the carom off of the 9. I don't think he can just straight spin it in. I think if he's going to go for this, he's going to have to play the carom. Yeah. Good try. It's a tough shot. Tough shot to figure that much deflection from the 6 coming off of the 9. So, good shot. It's a little unfortunate the 6 hangs, but good news for Ryan is he has an opportunity here. Take time and figure out how to get back to the 7 ball without disturbing anything. Drawing it out takes a big stroke, and you're stretched. You can go a couple of rails around it. Yeah, you went for the big draw. That's fine. Just cue ball control now. Shoot the 9 into the same pocket. Good shot. Yep, good shot. Yep, that's going to get up north of the side pocket, so he's good. You can breathe now, Ryan. He gets the first one. So it is 1-1. And Ryan breaking rack number 3. Again, race to 3 in this. It is alternating breaks, rack your own. So if he does make the 9 ball on the break in the bottom 2 pockets, it does not count. It would respot the 9 ball, and you continue shooting, of course. But because we do rack your own, the 9 on the snap only counts in the top 4 pockets. And for those of Ryan's family there watching, he can breathe now. There was a little bit of added pressure when you know you've got family and friends watching, specifically on the stream. Again, he's got that great little just punchy hammer break. It's a little unfortunate the one didn't go in the side. He's going to be looking to find a good safety here. He's got a wide open one ball, so he has his choices. Be interesting to see which option he's going to go with because he can go off the right side of the one ball and try and get the cue behind the 4 over there on that right rail. Let's see which way he's going to go. Just kind of draw it over. He was trying to make this ball. Not trying. He did. He's going to get ridiculously unlucky. That's about as unlucky as you get there when you make that good of a shot. Trying to kick to get safe here. He can look at trying to make this off the 2-rail kick. Go long rail, short rail. Trying just time with this. Right around the back of it. That's unfortunate. Wasn't a whole lot of room behind that 2 ball to get there. Man, did he get there. And Newman just left himself a really unusual spot on this 3 ball. He's going to have to draw back and shoot another long one on the 4. Don't know if he got enough of it. See how quickly he drops down on this shot. I guess he can see enough of it. All right, 5 in the side. He's going to just play a little stop shot here so he has that good angle on the 6. He might go forward and come across. Yeah. Wants that good angle on the 6 ball. He's just about perfect there. Spencer and Erica say, Uncle Ryan, no pressure, no problem. No, he handles it really, really well. Such a good demeanor with Ryan. But, ooh, he almost overcut that. I think he puckered up a little bit for that one. Back cut on the 8 ball here, just slide across. Yeah, slide straight across, straight back, straight in on the 9 ball. We're going to go 2-1 to David Newman now. Just knock this 9 ball down. Good shot. That's a good out from David. He was a little close to hooking himself there, but he managed to go ahead and get out of that rack. David Newman on the hill, breaking for the match. See if Ryan gets another opportunity at staying in this match. All comes down to the break with players of this caliber. I mean, they can all run out from any point in time. It really comes down to this break. Do you end up with 1 or 2 clusters? Do you end up with a wide open table? One ball down. The 6 ball is going to get right in the way of the 2 ball, so that's going to have David pushing out. Push out, roll out, whichever one you want to call it, depending on where you hail from. So he really is limited here because he doesn't want to push out he's going to make the jump at the 2 ball. Okay. Interesting choice when you have a push out option. 7 hanging over that pocket makes the push out a little less palatable. If the 9 goes past the 5, then you're in a really, really tough spot as to where to push out. He's pointing at the rail over there, that middle diamond on the lower half of the right rail. That would take away any 2-9 combos. That would take away the 2-7 combos. He could just push this thing down. He could actually just roll out and make the 7. not a bad option. You could play two rails to get sort of further, make the two ball shot tough. Kind of get where that chalk is on this very bottom rail. Good spot to try and get to. Oh, he was going all the way. He was going kick all the way. This is really good. He worked the angles out well, well to make really good contact with the cue ball. And although he has left a shot on, this is definitely not a cakewalk. Got to put a really good stroke on this. Now the good news for Ryan is the 7 ball is where it's at, right? Because it takes away the threat of the scratch. Yeah, so he's trying to hold that with inside English. Stay on the 3 ball, which he did get good shape on the 3 ball. He's just got a little unfortunate with the roll. Looks like he might have left enough. Yeah, David's dropping straight down on this shot, so just going to draw it back between the 4 and the 6 somewhere. No, he went big stroke. He went big stroke. A little surprised by that, but I couldn't quite see the exact angle. I should have looked at it from the overhead, maybe. 397. All right. Well, he hasn't left anything easy again. Challenging Ryan to make a good stroke here, and again, nothing easy about this shot, right? He doesn't want. He's gonna want to try and play it with a little bit of left English inside. Make the pinching this cut a little bit, so it's tough. Boy, did he hit it good. So he didn't play with any inside English. He played it like the normal. We're gonna throw a little outside English on it. Make sure we make that ball. A little tough back cut, full length of the table on the 4. Yeah, he's looking to see. He's not. You're with the 6 ball where it's at. You're not able to draw the 4. I mean the cue ball into the scratch. What he doesn't want to do is get stuck behind that 6 ball either. He needs to make sure he gets back out to the middle of the table and take the thin cut on the 5. Of course, the first thing is make that 4. Can't tell if he got. Yep, he got coverage on it because Newman didn't even think twice. He just grabbed the jump cue. That's a surprising miss with the jump cue. I mean, it's a jump shot when it's all said and done, but Newman will be disappointed with himself on that. Although he did make good contact and he has not left anything easy. This little walk down the rail looks a whole lot easier than it actually is. Hit it like a champ. Hit it like a champ. All right, come with one more good shot here. He hit it like a champ. Well done, Ryan. All right, just 3 more good shots to get into a hill match. Let's go. Don't leave yourself dead straight here because that makes this queuing really tough. You would have liked a little more angle one way or the other on this, but yeah, take your time and think about it there, Ryan. Just far enough outside of the pocket that you have a tough time cheating the left side of the pocket. Yeah, left side of the pocket as we look at it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's about as good a stroke as you could put on that. What a great shot under that pressure. Newman's going to go ahead and give him that 9 ball, not even make him shoot it. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hill match. That's making some family members excited for Ryan's family, and I'm just happy to see good pool shooting out of both players. Man, they have both come wanting to win this match. Because again, this is an elimination round match, so it is a win and stay in the tournament. Trying to get into the money here. Let's go. Ryan Nelson breaking. Hill. All right, 1 ball is down. Just lost the cue ball back up the table a little bit, but guess what? He does have a wide open look at the 2 ball. Yep, Sean, that out was definitely fire. No doubt about it. We're seeing good fireworks from both these players. I'm real happy to see it again. I'm good friends with both of them, and always happy to see really good pool out of both players. So let's see what Ryan comes up with here. He's just got to find the right safe. Where do you get the 2 ball? Like I said, I'm actually a big fan of getting right behind this 4 ball. He might make the 2 and be regretting that all day long because he hit it. He hit the cue ball perfectly. And so unfortunate. He wasn't trying to make the 2 ball. He was trying to get the cue ball right where it's at now, right in behind the 4 ball, which would have left him completely safe. Now, unfortunately, he's kind of stuck. Just on the correct side of the 4 ball where he can't kick one rail at it. Making the kick between the 8 and the 5 is so difficult. Z shot, maybe? Yeah, he's looking at 2 rails into this 3. He's got to hit it with some stank. Man, how does he get between those balls? So unlucky, Ryan. So unlucky. Ball in hand for David Newman now. 6 balls to go. Draw out of this one down to the 4 ball. I think he's going to want a little angle on this 5 ball, though. One way or the other. All right, so he's going to be shooting into the. Might have just enough angle to play like a little punch. Get this cue ball moving left as it comes off the 5 ball. You just can't risk hit that great. So easy to overcook that, catch one of those points going into the corner and rattle it. So, yeah, good stroke. Just a straightforward now. Tough shot on this 8 ball, and you just got to bear down on it. Make sure again, just when you get down over this shot, any shot, doesn't matter what it is. If you're not feeling 100% at ease and confident, stand back up and reset yourself. This is what David Newman just did. And of course, you see the result. 9 in the corner now. Yep. And he's going to fire it in. He's going to end up winning that 3-2. And sorry for the disappointment for the friends and family at home for Ryan Nelson, but congratulations, David Newman. That was a great match. There was great pool played by both players. I would actually love to see that match happen with a longer race. I think that would be probably one of the more entertaining matches that you could watch if those guys were racing to like 5 or 7. But really good pool. Well done, David. They He just walked by. So. Ryan, Ryan. He can't hear me. Just wanted to know, man, that's a great job. I'm going to jump off and commiserate with him for a second. We're going to. And so next up, and again, thank you folks for hanging out and watching for Ryan and for all the rest of the players you've been watching. Hang out for more. There's more good action coming. Next matchup on the stream table will be the hot seat match. And it's going to be Justin Espinosa versus Hao Yang Lu. Now, we've seen both players tonight on the stream. Both very, very good players. And I think this might actually be the closest to in Fargo when it comes to Justin and anybody else in the tournament. There might be. Oh, Jude Rosenstock is slightly higher. So yeah. Anyway, good match coming up here. These two, lots of horsepower. Really excited to watch it. Yeah, thanks again, Spencer and Erica and Sean and Mr. Rooter Plumbing Bay Area. All Ryan's family watching. Really appreciate you guys hanging out with us for a little while and liking and subscribing the page. Makes a big difference to us. We're here every Friday night, and of course, big tournament coming up with the 10-ball open. Yeah, anytime you want to join us, we're going to be here. We appreciate you. So Justin Espinosa gets first break in this hot seat match. Currently 12:30 in the morning. We've got matches going on around here. Yeah, thank you for watching. Yeah, it was a fun match. It was a fun match to watch, fun match to commentate on. That was a lot of good pool there. Hey, Justin, it's a really, really good soft break there. If that three gets out of the way, yep, got a wide open table. Just a little back and forth, 5 on it. Yeah, that's the odds-on favorite there, Sean. But these short races, anything can happen. Again, guys with this horsepower, like Ryan, like Newman. I mean, that's the beauty of playing here at Skinny Bob's. The quality of play we have here, and don't have a whole lot of pretentiousness about the upper level players either. They're quite happy to get in and mix it up with the lower level players, and you get to learn a whole lot playing them. The experience is fantastic. Really sets you up for good things when you're playing more equally ranked players with yourself, if that makes sense. Because you've had to play these guys. If you play the weekly tournaments, you've had to play some world beaters. And every time you do, it just thickens the skin up a little bit, makes you think about shots a little bit longer, makes you just bear down. All right, wide open here now. Just again, back up and down the table. 2 to the 3 ball. He would ultimately love to get this cue ball. Oh, I'm thinking where he's trying to get to. Maybe if he can get a little bit, almost like directly between the 7 and the 3, but just where he's not bridging over this, the 7. Just a good angle on the 3 to get come straight in on this line, looking down at the 4. Little nudge on that 6 ball there. Got to exactly what I was talking about. Get right between the 7 and the 3. And he's got a weird cueing action now with where the 7 is, because he is He's a right-handed player, so his bridging hand is going to be going almost right where the 7 is. Justin likes to have a long bridge, so it's going to be real interesting to see how he bridges for this. He's going to be bridging with a much shorter bridge than he would normally be using. Much longer bridge than he would normally be using. 2 rails around, trying to come down that line, looking between the 7 and the 9, I think. And that's, if you like, perfect as far as that shot goes, because there wasn't a whole lot better option there. He's pretty perfect on this. Good you hit it, sir. He knows he overstroked it, so that's why the cue ball gets that far up the table. But I mean, make sure of the pot. Make sure you pot the ball. His stroke is so good that you can shoot pretty much anywhere on the table as long as you have an open look and an open bridge, which he's got right now. He's not up against the rail with the cue ball. Might be a little close, but not like enough to impede the stroke. Put a good stroke on this, Justin. Come 2 rails around for the 7 in the same corner. So he's underhit that again. Same as we saw in that last match uh, prior to the Ryan and David Newman match. Justin was on the table last time. He hit that one ball. He needed to come around the 2 rails to come into the 8-ball line and hit it thick. He just did the same thing. Caught it thick. He's going to opt for the safety. Lots of respect for each other, these 2 players. Gets full coverage on the 7 ball, looks like. Pretty innocuous kick shot. Get in behind the 7. Question is, which way do you want to take it on? Do you want to try and spin the Noochie Boochies out of this cue ball? Couldn't think of a better word for it, so I went to my dogma and Jay and Silent Bob. But yeah, you could extra spin this ball. He's going to look 2 rails, maybe. I thought he had enough angle on it where he could spin and get up to the 7 ball, but Yang doesn't think so. So he's looking at the 2 rail option. Pretty good number he's looking at. Oh, he went right around it. Really unlucky. Yeah, Sean, I don't think I'm going to take that bet. Although I like both players, and both players are certainly capable of winning them. I wouldn't be taking that bet. Sorry. Not very many wise men would bet against Justin Espinosa. Pop that thing. He's going to overrun it, put himself in no man's land, folks. No man's land on this 9 ball, so he's got a couple of options here. It will cut. You're going to do it with a bunch of left hand spin, which my only fear for that is scratching in the top left corner. We really were getting tricky with it. There you go. Nice shot. Nice cut. Lubby Justin takes the lead, 1-0. Hot seat match here Friday night, 9 ball at Skinny Bob's Billiards in Round Rock, Texas, just outside of Austin. I am Michael Heaps. You're watching us on Skinny Bob TV here on YouTube, and again, we appreciate it. So, Sean, the ranking numbers there, it's called Fargo Rate. It's a system that was developed a bunch of years ago, and if you play in Fargo rated tournaments or Fargo rated leagues like BCA, so they have BCA, APA, like that. The ranking, the numbers basically go from 0 to 999. And every time you win a match, that is, again, a Fargo rated match. So it gets reported by, like, our tournament. Right? So it's not you reporting the number yourself because you could be lying about that. But over a period, any given period of time, and however many matches you have in the Fargo system, it's going to generate a number between 0 and 999. And that is basically, the more you win, the higher the number. Right? So, like Justin's a 731. It basically means, and I'm doing a little bit of remedial guerrilla math, but it basically means that he wins 73% of the games that he plays. Yeah, so like a 550 or a 500 Fargo basically wins 50% of the games he plays. So again, the higher the number, the better the player is on average. Now, put that into perspective for you. The number 1 through number 7 or 8 player in the world, they are like 850. Right? They win a lot. Now, keep in mind, these are also players that are playing much better players all of the time. Right? So for Shane Van Boening to be whatever he is, an 835, and know that 90% of his matches are against other players that are 750 and higher. It's a pretty miraculous number to be at 35, 840, things like that. Justin being a 731, he wins 73% of the matches that he plays. He gets to play a really good cross section because he's not a professional full-time pool player. He plays a lot, and he plays a lot, almost to the point of full-time, but he does have a full daytime job, and adulting sucks sometimes, but you do have to work to make money, and school doesn't always pay the bills. So for him to maintain that kind of standing and have that 730 Fargo. Now, I haven't looked in a while, but the 730 Fargo's got to be something like the top, probably the top 70 in the nation, I would think. I think about all the pool players that are out there playing in tournaments and leagues and things like that. And you are one of the top 70 or 75 in the nation. I think that's what it is. A good friend of ours, Sean Black, 740 something Fargo. If you're still out there, Sean, what is yours now? I haven't looked it up in a while. I know you haven't been playing as much recently, but and I know with like the 745, I think it was that had you in the top 50. So anyway, hopefully that explains it to you, Sean, what the ranking system is. But basically, those numbers get entered into the system by a tournament director, a league operator, um, not by you yourself, because then you can manipulate that. But what they do is they take a lot of tournaments because some of the mid-level players that are in that 550 to 600 range, they don't want to come out and play tournaments where they're going to run into a Justin Espinosa because they're going to lose the majority of those times, right? I mean, again, if you have confidence, you have an opportunity and play better. But they'll avoid going to a tournament where they're paying for entry fees and things like that if they don't feel like they've got a chance. If you come to a Skinny Bob's on a Friday night and all of a sudden you run into, 8 players that are above 650, it makes it tough for the lower ranked players. Now, a lot of players will look at it as an opportunity. Here's Justin with the one ball down the rail. We are knotted up at 1-1. Um, yeah, so yes, Justin is the highest ranked in this tournament tonight. Now, come February 10th through 16th, when we're doing the Texas Open 10 ball, Justin 731 will probably be ninth or 10th or 11th on the list of ranking the Fargos because we will have 4 or 5 of the top 10 in the world here playing in the Texas Open 10 ball coming up here in February. Shane Van Boning, number 2 or number 3 in the world right now, ranking. Just won the Texas Open 9 ball championship back in September. He was number 1 in the world for, I don't know, 7, 8 years. Won a bunch of U.S. Opens. And so, yeah, no, super cool how the system works. It's not flawless, unfortunately, but it's a really good really good representation of a player's overall ability. It enables. So back to what I was talking about earlier, though, there are certain tournaments out there where they cap Fargos, right? So there's tournaments like next weekend. We have a tournament down in San Antonio where the only players that can play in it have to have a Fargo rating of between 500 and 599. Right? So it's a lot of very closely ranked players playing each other, and they're not really risking getting blown out by jumping in a tournament, spending the money, and running into a 731 that 73% of the time he's going to win. Right? If you're a 560 or a 570, kind of like myself, and you run into a Justin Espinosa, now, yes, I win 56, 57% of my game. He wins 73, so he's obviously got, a percentage of favoritism over me. I hope you guys are watching this pool while I'm rambling on about Fargo. There's some ridiculously good cue action going on here. That was a great shot to get from the 5 to the 6. Anyway, I hope that explains it for you, Sean. At least gives you a little bit of a rough breakdown. Ryan, who you guys were on here watching, is a 601 Fargo, so that is really, really good. Anytime you get north of anything north of 525, 550, you're slightly above average. Get to that magic 6 number, and you're playing some really good pool. And of course, the rarefied air of getting up into the 700s or even the 800s is really ridiculous. I think let's watch this closeout of this rack here. Tao Yang's made a couple of really good shots to get into this position with the last 2 balls, but he's got like one of the toughest. That shot is so unbelievably tough, and he gets a very fortunate roll there. The 8 ball doesn't just hang in the pocket; it actually bounces back out down that short rail, so it makes it. Justin could go for the kick. He's actually looking at it there. When I look at the top 100 in the world, yeah, that number's definitely gone north now. The top 100 in the world, number 100 is 791. So the amount of players north of 800 now is staggering. I haven't looked in quite a while actually, and it looks like worldwide, of course. Um, the 70th ranked player in the world, Hu Chan Lu from Taiwan, is an 800. Number 1 in the world ranking, Joshua Filler from Germany, 858. Feder Gorst will be here in 2 weeks, or 3 weeks, excuse me, for the Texas Open 10 ball. 847. Pin Yi Ko, an 847 also. Ping Chung Ko, his brother, is an 846. Pretty funny, 2 brothers being that highly ranked. Then Shane Van Boning, and then Francisco Sanchez Ruiz at 846. Anyway, gives you a little bit of an idea. Get back to this action. We are currently 1-1. Epic battle between these two for the hot seat. Fires away that bank on the 8 ball, just slides right in. He fired that bank off at me 3 different times the other night when we were playing. Brutal. Oh, gosh. What a shame to rattle that 9 ball. Hmm. All right. So Justin Espinosa gets a golden opportunity here. Snatch one away from Hao Yang. Now it is 12:45 in the morning. We've had a long day today, so this is a big part of these tournaments is the fatigue and maintaining that sort of discipline. There's nobody more disciplined about their training and things like that than Hao Yang. But again, being human, we all make a stroke like every now and then. Yeah, Justin just hit that ball perfectly. I mean, that was center pocket. Didn't even blink it. Good. All right, Hao Yang getting ready to break. Justin leading 2-1. This is the hot seat match for the Friday night 9 ball tournament. I think we're down to the final 5 players. I haven't checked the bracket in a little while. I've been just rambling on. So Hao Yang to break. Goes with a soft break. Just barely misses the scratch on the side. He is not going to make a ball on this break. Justin comes jumping straight out of his chair. 1 ball does go down past the 8 ball. It also does go in the side. It's a little tougher. But where that 2 ball is tied up to the 6th, he's just poking at it there, looking at it. He's trying to see if he can play the 2-6 combo. Super close to each other. I mean, it'll play, but there's not a whole lot easy about it. Now, he can play this 1 ball down the rail, get to a spot to play a decent safety on this 2 ball. See what he does. He's going to play the safe right on the 1 ball. Good choice. And gets fully clipped. Speaking of which, anybody watching from up in the Pacific Northwest or along the northern U.S. Canadian border should be seeing Aurora Borealis by now. If you guys are checking it out, if you can see it, got to get a rail. Got to get a rail. All right, cue ball gets the rail and gets a ridiculously good roll. What a great shot there. Gets enough spin on that. Cue ball just rolls right over there behind the 629. Good shot. Justin has the trusty James handshoe jump cue out. Going to fire away at 1. Yeah, James Handshoe, local cue maker. Jump cues that a lot of people around here use and love. Also has come up with the forward extension. So you'll see these guys, a lot of these players will grab an extension, screw it on the butt end of the cue. James Handshoe developed and patented an idea for forward extension that slots over the tip end of the cue, uses the compression sleeve kind of thing to screw down tight onto it with compression, so it doesn't damage your cue at all, but it extends it out. You can do 4. I think there were 4, 6. He's got 3 different sizes that you can get anyway, and I mean, it just you don't change the balance of the cue by having a heavy butt-ended extension. This shaft extension. Oh, that's a foul. Now Yang knew it immediately. Just jumped right up as soon as he stroked that, flipped that 4 ball. Hey, you want to see a pretty cool invention? Check out James Handshoe's forward extension. They keep selling out of them. It's a really, really cool product. Need a little extra, 4 or 6 inches of extra reach. You don't want to change the weighting balance of your cue. That is the best way to do it, for sure. Get away from that 7. There you go. Like it to roll a little more because he was trying to get it to shoot the 3 in the bottom left corner as we look at it on the screen. It'll still go. He can cut this around. He might even be able to miss the 8 ball. The risk is that it comes bouncing right back off the rail into the 8 ball and freezes you behind it. You can't see the floor. But let's see what he does. Well, would have been the smart shot. Fortunately, didn't quite get it frozen in behind the 8 ball. Gives Hao Yang a pretty good opportunity to get in back into this match with one really good shot here. Straight up and down the table. Yeah, hit it with the cue. He hit it with the cue. Seen that happen a couple of times. Now this tournament we do it's 2 ball fouls only. So him tapping the cue with the 8 ball on the through stroke there is not a foul because it didn't impede the travel of the object ball or the cue ball or the intended path. Just slightly out of position here. He's gonna just make a thin cut on this 5 in the corner. He's gonna play it with some left hand English. So it goes off the long rail next to the 5. It comes down to the short rail. He might play it with that, with draw. Draw and left, yeah, that looks like what he's doing. He's gonna come off the rail and back out. And he gets lucky not to get himself trapped in behind the 8 ball there. Now he's probably going to be looking to take the 6 into the top corner. Be the correct shot there to the position of the 7. Just fires that in like a boss. Good shot, Hao Yang. Nice stroke there. Just leave yourself a little bit of angle. He wants to be able to get back across the table. Just about like that. Got a straight in, pretty much straight in. Just maybe a light cut down into this corner. As expected, we are hill going into the final rack of this hot seat match. So the winner of this is one will have won the winner's bracket side. He's going to have to wait for the rest of the players on the elimination bracket to play their way through. And the winner of all of that, probably another hour from now, will come back to play the winner of the hot seat match. Could be either one of these 2 players. Justin definitely the odds-on favorite, but anything can happen, especially when you get to a race to 1. All right, Justin Espinosa to break. Rack number 5 in a race to 3. This is the deciding rack for the hot seat. The hot seat, for those that don't know, is guaranteed 3rd place, or even if he was to lose to the eventual winner of the elimination bracket. winner of the hot seat is guaranteed second place, so either first or second. So here we go, hill. Shot on the one ball. Going to try and play to get into the short side behind this two so he can shoot it into the right hand side pocket, I would think. Kind of trying to hold for it into that corner is tough. He can do it. I would think the easier touch shot is to try and get into that short side to shoot it in the opposite side, but let's see what he does here. He might try and hold for this. Oh, interesting. He's disappointed, so I would imagine that tells me it doesn't go past the two. So let's take Man, that is so tight whether it goes down there or not. See what Justin decides to do here. So he has a safety that is also playable. Play this and run the cue ball into the back of the six is an option. If it doesn't go cleanly past the six, he's trying to look. It must go past the six because he's looking at what angle he's going to be on the three. He's just going to sort of stun this, make the two in the corner, and just stun it. Leave him a little thin shot on the three ball. See what he's got. So he has two options here. He can actually thin this, which I like because you don't have to put a whole lot of spin on it. Yep. And he gets to run back up north of the five ball, which makes it makeable again. He's looking at it right there. And just he's not settled over it. And like I've said a few times tonight, if you're not ready, don't second guess it. Get back up off the shot until you're completely comfortable with the decision you made, and then go shoot that. Watch Justin get down on that shot twice, both times. He wasn't quite comfortable with the stroking position, with his eye line, whatever it happened to be. We got back up and then reset, get back down on it when he's nice and comfortable, and then pull the trigger. These are the lessons that I try to take out of these matches. Now I'm blessed; I get to do this live streaming and get to watch the best of the best, and a bunch of other players that are similarly ranked to me, middle of the road. When you watch these guys, you get to watch the best and the best. There are some lessons to be learned that not everybody takes them in the way that it should be taken. What a good stroke he put on that five ball there. It was really good. Just overran the stick a little bit for what he was looking, but it does just cut right into the side pocket. Just looking at where he's going to leave the cue ball. Probably somewhere a little more to the right there, but I would think he's going to end up. I think he's going to actually end up shooting the seven up into the top corner. But let's see where he lands this cue ball. The speed coming off of a thin cut, hard to control. Good shot. Good shot. Little inside kill. Yep. You just play this in the side and just draw it straight. draw the cue ball straight out, middle of the table, maybe a little bit west of the, or yeah, west of the middle of the table, about where he's looking right now. Because then the 8 becomes makeable in the corner. You get to draw out without touching or disturbing the 9. That's what he's really looking at. Because when you get in there and you're bouncing off of balls and repositioning balls and stuff like that, the just having to stop every time and refigure your next shot, your next 3 shots, or your next 5 shots. Good position here. Hao Yang's not even going to make him shoot these last 2 because they're just, for these 2 players, they are just walks at the park. So Justin wins the hot seat. Good job, sir. Really can't see the other table over there. The only match going on right now is over on table 3. Is it? Or are we also... Oh, maybe Chuck is playing over there. Let me check the bracket here real quick. So congratulations for winning the hot seat there, Justin. Good shooting. Hao Yang shot great. He's going to go to the elimination bracket side and have to play his way back through to get another opportunity at Justin. See where we're at here. Got Justin in the hot seat. I'm just looking at the bracket right now over here on digitalpool.com. Oh, yeah, so Chuck Alley is over there. He's the one sitting down in the center of the screen right now. And Jesus Alvarado is currently playing Chuck. And got David Newman, who you did just see over here on this table with Ryan. Him and Daniel Perez are playing over on table number 3. Got currently Jaden Dupree waiting to play the winner of that Jesus Alvarado Chuck Alley match. So stand by. As soon as we get the next matchup on this table, everything should be on the stream table from here on out now. So again, we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players left. Hao Yang losing the hot seat match there. He is still guaranteed 3rd place in this tournament. He advances all the way to the final of the elimination bracket side. And again, we've got 1 match underway, almost done. 2nd match, anyway, a couple matches left there. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 more matches before we get to the final. And we'll see what happens. Hang out. We'll be back shortly. Thanks for hanging out with us. All right, sorry about that. I took a step away to go move my car a little closer to the front here. I was parked around the corner and it's cold outside. So we are back onto the stream table. Let me get these names changed over real quick because this is going to be Chuck Alley and Jaden Dupree, it looks like. Chuck Alley and Jaden Dupree. So Chuck just beat Jesus Alvarado 3-0. Got this will be a good match. 6'11 Fargo and a 6'43 Fargo. If you're still out there hanging out with us, we really do appreciate it. And appreciate you sticking with us that long there, Sean. And you guys watching from out west there, watching Ryan and watching the rest of the tournament. We really appreciate it. Two powerhouse players. I'm really blessed. I get to play with these guys a lot. Me and Chuck locked horns playing one pocket quite a bit. All right, Jaden going to cut this one in the side. See if he gets a little unlucky here. Looks like he's got enough open real estate there to get the three ball in. Yeah, peace out there, Sean. Join us again. Again, I'll be doing commentary on Friday night. Michael Heaps here on Skinny Bob TV. Jaden, even though he is 6'6" ish, even then have to use the bridge every now and then. Don't overrun this now. All right, he's got himself pretty straight on this. He was having to play a little bit of a force there. Always tough to get that far enough out. So see what we've got. Again, appreciate everybody that's been on tonight and everybody that's joined in the chat. We're just there. We go. Nice little cut there, Jaden. He's going to run into that 9 ball, so he's going to have a tough shot now on this 7 ball. But just again, take what the table gives you. You know, had he missed the 9 ball, it would have been perfection. He's still in relatively good shape. These guys have such good strokes when they're just in tune. They're again nothing easy about this. Boy, did he hit that good! He just wanted to make sure he made this ball. He's going to get 50-yard line. Really kind of tough and close to the rail. Bear down on this one. Make a good stroke. That's a tough. Oh, he's going to get so unlucky there. Yeah, tough shot, Jaden. Yeah, tough shot. All right, so we get Chuck Alley back at the table. Now, he doesn't have that big of an angle on this 8 ball, so he's going to end up with a long shot on this 9 ball, I think. If you try to overspin this, it's easy to miss. He's going to run all the way up the table. But again, we practice this shot all the time. I would expect him to make this one. Oh, we hit it so bad. Man, that's a little fatigue coming in there at 1:15 in the morning, 1:17 in the morning. I get it, but this is where you really just got to bear down and sort of grit your way into this. Take the bank on. He did. Look out, cue ball. Look out, cue ball. All right. Hit it with the perfect weight to not scratch. So good shot there, Jaden. Going to go up 1-0. Now, again, these are all elimination brackets now. Justin Espinoza won the hot seat. Jaden Dupree up 1-0. Race to 3. Friday night 9-ball here at Skinny Bob. Skinny Bob's Billiards here in Round Rock, Texas, just outside of Austin. All right, so got the brake on, just bridging over this 7-ball to get to the 1. He was having to play a pretty big focus stroke to get back to this 2-ball. He's going to get a little unlucky there and leave a shot on the 1-ball. Now, Chuck is a big one-pocket player, so controlling this cue ball around situations like this, he's pretty good at. And I know because I play him a lot. Going to be disappointed with that. Just leaving it over the top of the 9. He would have been fine overrunning it a little bit more. Made that just fine. He's did just enough to get to a spot on the 4-ball. It's a playable spot on this 4-ball now. The problem is he's running sort of across the face of this 5-ball. See what he does with this. Yeah, well controlled there. Just pinches it with a little bit of inside and a little soft draw. Yep. Stuff a nice little angle right there on the 6-ball. Here we go. 3 balls, 7 in the side, and just make good positional play. So you really want to get to the right spot on this 8-ball. You know what your comfort level is. He almost missed that 7. He just catches the nipple on that on the way in. Again, just take your time, make a good positional. Yeah, I'm going to overrun it a little bit. Should be still pretty good though. Yeah, I thought that was going to run out a little further on him, but yeah, no, he played it really good. Good shot from Chuck. Going to tie this thing up at 1 each in a race to 3. So yeah, so you've got over here on table 3 next to me, we've got Daniel Perez and David Newman playing. And obviously, you have Chuck Alley and Jaden Dupree here on the stream table. Now, the winners of those 2 matches get to play each other. They'll play on the stream table after this one. And once they're done, the winner of that has to play Hao Yang Liu, who you just saw lose the hot seat match to Justin Espinoza. Then the winner of that gets to play Justin Espinoza in the final. And I think a lot of times what we end up with is we end up with the first and second place players just chopping the end of the tournament. The dollar amounts are not significant enough for anybody to worry about. It's an inexpensive $20 weekly tournament. So, not Nothing that they need to battle out a true double elimination final over for sure for the sake of 20 or $30 at 2 o'clock or 2:15 in the morning, which is what it looks like we're going to be somewhere around that 2:15 in the morning thing. Everybody's ready to go home, and didn't help that we started a little bit late tonight with the transition over to digital pool. That will get better as we move along, and some of the quirks that you really got to learn. They've done a great job with digital pool, but it still has quirks. Jaden playing the safety there, and he's going to get perfect. And really, that's a good lesson in that shot right there, because leaving it out in the middle of the table is what you want. Anytime you put that object ball on a rail, any decent player that knows the diamond system can get to pretty much any diamond if you have enough variance on the shot out of the rail. Unless you just frozen dead to the back of that. Now he hit that perfectly. Oh my gosh. That's about as unlucky a roll as you're going to see. He goes full contact on the two ball, where really he probably should have made it. He hit it good enough to where he should have made that. And it just rolls out slightly, and on its way back out of the pocket, it just gives the cue ball an ever so gentle nudge and scratches. So it gives Jaden Dupree ball in hand. Again, both these guys have a lot of firepower, so not saying that Jaden is definitely going to get out, but he certainly has the capability to get out. Now, the only problem you have here is the 7, 8, 9 cluster, and then this 3 to the 4 ball. So he's going to just draw it, come down inside the, there you go, shoot the 4 up the rail. Doesn't need much angle on this because the 5 is sitting duck. Just where are you going to want to get the cue ball off of the 5? Ultimately, would like to get this just off the rail a few inches. Take any of the cueing. I'm okay with this because he can just play it thin. Just play it thin, and you run this cue ball right where he's pointing. I was just going to say just north of the head spot. Oh, that cue ball just got away from him. Cue ball completely got away from him there. He's going to have to make a really significant back cut. Yep. Few calculations. So now he's looking at the carom, taking the 7 off of the 8 ball. Now what you're doing is you're also going to be sending that 8 ball around the table. Pace you have to hit this at, because making the carom, and then the 7 has to travel an additional 18 inches to get into the pocket. See what he does. Oh my gosh! Please do not go in. He says, because if that 8 ball goes in, he is definitely screwed on the 9 ball. Right. But he has a shot on this 8 ball, so he's going to come up and down the table. Daniel Perez wins the other match. Jaden is going to come back out middle of the table. He's underhit a little bit, so just going to take a little extra focus. Oh, that's a little punchy. Gonna come back together, and he's going to get pretty lucky there. Now again, Chuck being a big one pocket player, he knows this crossbank. It does go in the other side pocket. Now whether he plays it or not, I don't know. I think he might actually play the safety here. The obvious safe is as far distance between them as you possibly get. Ultimately, center of each short rail. Let's see what Chuck comes up with. Pretty good shot. He's left the shot on this 9 ball. It's a really thin cut. It's kind of funny because I'm sitting here looking at the table, and it's a ridiculously thin cut on this 9 ball. It doesn't look like it's that thin, but it is ridiculously thin. And then the control of the cue ball coming off of this is the question. So he hasn't left anything easy. It obviously goes. There is the factor of the scratch component, scratch capability here. So a little bit of straight top on this. You just can't play it with any right English, which you normally would just to help combat skid, right? So you actually look at him, he's going to draw this ball a little bit. Hits it like a champ. Great shot from Chuck there. Jaden acknowledged the little tap of the stick on the ground. So Jaden Dupree racking to stay in the match. Chuck Alley on the hill. I'm going to hang out with you guys till we're done. That doesn't mean we're going to play all the matches out because sometimes these players will negotiate a split of some form. I think Justin actually might have already negotiated a split where he keeps, where he sort of takes split between first and second because he's guaranteed those. Let second place take a larger chunk than second place was originally slated to. I don't have the payouts. I really don't think that's important. It's just about the competition of the pool. Nice shot from Jaden there. Really, really disciplined stroke. It is 1:30 in the morning. Just gonna overcook this a little bit. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, he's just got to pay attention here because he's playing this 3 ball rather thin. Doesn't want to get stuck behind the 8 ball. I mean, ultimately, I'd like to run just sort of square in the face into the 8 ball. Another incident of just nudging on the 5 ball. Jaden immediately stands up, acknowledged it with Chuck. Now it's Chuck's option if he wants him to roll it back. It looks like it might have moved about a 16th of an inch, if any. Yeah, so that whole bouncing around, pinballing off of a couple of the other balls was sort of bound to happen. Boy, you just don't understand sometimes how good that stroke is. He was playing a pretty significant angle on it, and to get it straight across and come, not just straight back out, but actually go up north a little bit. Get the perfect shape on the stick. Gonna roll that one in. Got a line on the 7. Playing this shot, he can actually play it almost dead straight top and come up. But I don't mind if you play it with just a touch of inside English. Again, just got to get north of the 9 ball off of this. Be able to have a shot on that 8 ball in the corner. Yeah, nice shot. See a little bit of inside English. Got to figure out getting that magic rack out of there, he says. They just get together and they agree on a spot. They just barely gently pick the ball up off the table to get the magic rack out of one of them. then you can get it up. Jaden Dupree, 2 balls left to tie this match up at 2-2. Yep, hit it good. Dead straight on the 9 ball. Yep, just get down and focus. Yeah, good stroke there from Jaden. That's a nice confident run. That's going to make him feel good about Hill, Chuck Alley to break. Now, Friday night 9 ball, this is on the elimination bracket side. So here we go. Winner of this match, winner of this next rack gets to play Daniel Perez next. So it's funny because we were talking earlier, and pretty sure they're all gone out of the chat now. But there was the question that non-initiated don't know about Fargo ratings and things like that. But good example, Fargo rating. The final players in this tournament are Justin Espinosa as a 731. Let's see, Daniel Perez, Jaden Dupree is a 643. Daniel Perez is a 639. Chuck Alley to break, makes the wing ball, makes another ball, makes another ball. Balls everywhere. It's like Oprah's in town. You get a ball, you get a ball. Makes 4 balls on the break and has a crappy shot on the 2 ball. Always the way. I had a break the other night. I made 5 on the break and I was hooked. Couldn't even come close to seeing the object ball. I made 5 balls on the break and couldn't get to the 3 ball. Pretty frustrating. Chuck really overspins the keys out of that. Here's the 3 on the side. He hits that outside point again and it goes in. 5. Maybe a little too much speed. Maybe a little too much speed. No, he's just okay there. Little back cut just makes it a little tougher, but back cut down the rail naturally sends the cue ball over to the 9. So this is the most important shot of the rack. Yep, just pours it right in. Chuck hangs the 9 ball. Nobody likes to do that. We've all done it. We'll probably all do it again at some point in time. It's very unfortunate. Hit it good. Well, sorry to see it, Chuck. I never want to see anybody hang a ball like that. You guys are both good friends of mine, and always want to see everybody play good. You never want to see somebody miss a 9 ball like that or hang a 9 ball because he didn't miss it. He hit the damn pocket. Sometimes that little extra spin that you put on it, just catch that a little thick. All right, so moving on to the next match. Get us down to the final 4 players. 1, 2, 3, yep, 4 players. Going to be Daniel Perez versus Jaden Dupree. They should be a good match here, good matchup. 639, 643. So these guys are very evenly matched where it comes to the Fargo rankings and things like that. So Looks like Daniel's got the first break. So again, race to 3 here. Moving right along now. Winner of this will get to play Hao Yang Lu. That match will be to win the elimination side. Or the one-loss side, loser's bracket, whatever it is you want to call it. I tend to just call it the elimination bracket because that's really what it is. You're not a loser. You might have lost the match, but we'd never call you a loser, especially getting this far into a tournament. Just the fact that you're out trying it, I wouldn't call you a loser. So you're out doing your best. So scratching the side. Jaden just went to go grab the vape. Scratching the side off the break. He did make 3 balls on the break. So this table is just wide open for Jaden. Had to step away from the table to grab a drink real quick. Ball's down in the carousel there. Perfect. That right there, every player should be trained to do. First coming to the table after the break. Get rid of the magic rack. Unless you got multiple balls sitting on it, there's no reason to get rid of it. All right, let's see how Jaden handles this. Again, God. Ball in hand. Hangs it. Very uncharacteristic from Jaden. And it's funny how things happen at 1:30 in the morning. Take a little you take a little bit of complacency into a shot, especially ball in hand. You just sort of pick the spot you want to get to, and like I've hit this 5,000 times, and just go with it. Pinch it a little bit, get out of it. Again, both these guys, good friends of mine, so want to see a good match out of both of them. You never want to see anybody hang a ball like that. Certainly didn't want to see Chuck hang that 9 ball, but it happened. Good shot on that 3 ball. Now he's just going to play a little stun, maybe draw just a 4 or 5, 6 inches straight down the table. All right, so there you go. Get that force in. Not make him shoot that one. But Daniel's going to take first blood after uncharacteristic miss with ball in hand from Jaden. Again, easy to take your eye off of it for a second, especially when it's a real easy. You've got ball in hand. I've set up the perfect easy shot, and a little bit of complacency. You pinch it, and there you go. So here we go. Jaden Dupree to break. Rack number 2, race to 3, alternating break. See if he can shake off that. And, goes with the soft break. Now, if that 5 stays out of the way, he's going to be all right. 3 balls tied up to the 9 ball there. That's going to make things a little trickier. What a nice shot there. Got enough spin on that thing to get it out without clipping the two ball. Oof, that was a risky. Thought he could get Z'd around and maybe run into the three, cause a collision. Now he just gets to figure out the ultimate safe here. Sorry about that. That was me smacking the microphone with my hand, and that's not what we were looking for. But anyway, all right, Daniel Perez. He has some options here as far as safeties that you want to play. All right, so Daniel goes for that bank. He shorts it a little bit. The good news for Daniel, he was really trying to hold for that six ball. So when he misses that three ball and it goes two rails out to the middle of the table, you're almost guaranteed that you're going to be tree topped and having to shoot over this six ball. So this makes this ridiculously tough. Trying to get any additional purchase on this ball really difficult. I could be real happy with that. Gets a little nudge on that six ball. It opens up three to make it in the corner pocket. So Daniel's got a great opportunity here to take a 2-0 lead. Got to come with a pretty good shot here. There's not a whole lot of manipulation involved in this. Maybe just a hair top left. Down off the rail, straight back up the table is what he's looking for. Good shot. All right. Well, Daniel Perez go up 2-0 in this race to three. We are starting to get right down to it now. We're down to the last. I think we've only got three players left now. It looks like Justin did take that split with first and second place. The winner of this will play Hao Yang. Gonna grab his break cue. Just control your cue ball is what he's looking for here. Get the ball down. Get an open look on the one ball. No clusters anywhere to be seen on this table. And even better, the slightly backward cut angle on this one ball is going to allow him to get right onto that, or cue ball rather. He's going to be just about coming straight down the line on it. You're not trying to overdo this at all. Right, take a look at this from the overhead there. Daniel's got back cut on the two ball. It's actually kind of natural to get onto that nine and possibly even make the nine. Just looking at that angle now, he's going to run into it. I don't think there's really any way to manipulate not to run into it. So I'm quite happy to take a swing at this two ball that you're really the back of your mind trying to play the nine as well. All right. So he did make a run at that, make the two ball. Now he's got the three ball to deal with. Now, where the nine ball falls makes this lower pocket ridiculously long. He's going to overcut it, but he is going to get right behind the six ball. Classic Z shot here. He's just trying to give himself the right angle to get up here, come around the back of the five, sort of get between the five and the seven for the four ball. Just don't touch the five. I'm not quite understanding why he played that. Maybe just get the nine out of the way of the five ball. It's a really risky shot. I mean, it worked out for him. He's got a shot on the four ball. He's got to play a really good stroke here, just sort of a drag stroke. Can't draw it into the side pocket. It needs to touch the diamond one above it, above the side pocket here. Let's take a look. Yeah, right there on that first diamond, like perfection. I'm gonna try and get back up the table for the 6. The 9's gonna be in the way for it. Boy, did you hit that ball good, Daniel. Nice shot. Yeah, so just again taking what the table leaves you. Sorry, it's a little quiet now with just the one match going on, but yeah, take what the table gives you. Don't have to try and do much. The 9 ball's far enough away from the rail where running it into either corner is quite rudimentary. He just wants to make sure he doesn't get into that side pocket. That's kind of a big key for him. I mean, he can sort of drag this thing down to about the middle diamond over there. I want you to watch these angles as he comes around. Pretty nifty. Oh, he went with the complete hold the inside. One more good shot on this 9 ball. Gets him out of the rack, out of the match. So this shot to win the match and completely whitewash his opponent. All right, Daniel Perez gets that one. 3-0. Going to be, I think they're going to probably chop this up, these last two. Yeah, they're just going to go ahead and agree to chop it up. Justin had already taken the chop for the first and second. They're going to chop up second and third. Jaden ends up in fourth. Chuck Alley in fifth, sixth. So great night, great tournament, good turnout. Glad we got things rolling, and making the switch over to digital pool will certainly make things go smoother in the future. So certainly look forward to that. Again, anybody that is out there still listening, I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me all night, and look forward to seeing you guys soon. So I will be back on for commentary next Friday night. Again, all of this leading up to the Texas Open 10-ball championship here February 10th through the 16th. Looking forward to doing that week. Again, look forward to hearing from you guys. Have a good night. Remember, we do have another 9-ball tournament tomorrow night. We will not have the commentary going. If the stream is going, it'll be unsupervised. But yeah, talk to you guys soon. We appreciate it. Have a great night and good night.